Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Those in the back, can you hear me okay? Fantastic, thank you for that. I would like to call to order the Committee of the Whole meeting, which is with the Mayor and the Board of Trustees of the Village of Sauk Village. Today is April the 21st, and I'm calling the meeting to order at 7:03 p.m. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Trustee Sapp. Trustee Burns is absent. Trustee Winston, Dr. Winston.
Trustee Burns is absent?
She's not here right now.
Oh, that's good. Usually we say absent with notice of
I
absent
think
with
she's
that.
coming, so I just said absent at the moment, at the time that you call roll call. And Trustee Sterling? Present. Trustee Johnson?
Present.
Trustee Jones is absent.
Thank you very much. As you can see, trustees and residents, we have a very robust agenda. I am going to ask if trustees don't mind staying to 10:30, 11 o'clock tonight, that I would ask respectfully that all of the presenters that's on this agenda, please do your utmost best to limit your presentations to 15 minutes, because naturally we'll have to entertain questions from our trustees. Can we agree to that? Can we all agree to that? Can we all agree to that? Thank you very much. Then we will proceed. The very first agenda item under discussions and presentations, I bring to you a discussion of a proposal to conduct a Sauk Village Festival, and after another day's event, our group will be presenting. Terrence Franklin could not be in attendance with us. Know that he was here before when we canceled the meeting and he had taken off work. He couldn't take off work again this time, so I am going to ask Mr. Bullard to please come and take a seat up here. Please turn the mic on, and please, and I'm going to, I'm sorry, Mrs. Bullard is coming with him. They have that already, so it's in their meeting packet. It's in their meeting packet. It's in their meeting packet. I took care of business. The mic should, well, I shouldn't have to tell you when the mic is on for real to entertainment.
Testing 1, 2, 1, 2.
And you know how to talk on top of the mic. I love it. And please proceed.
So I'll try to make this quick. I'm Al, and this is my wife Trina. We're from Bullet Entertainment. We've lived in Sauk Village for 10 years now, and we produce and manage entertainment groups. We have had 30 years of entertainment ourselves, traveling around the country, out around the world. We performed in Canada, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, Japan, well, and all over the United States, from Canada down to Mississippi. So we retired a couple of years ago and started producing tribute acts. We have an Earth, Wind & Fire tribute, we have a Cooler Gang tribute, we have a Stevie Wonder tribute, we have a Motown tribute, and of late, a Luther Vandross tribute. So we've been performing everywhere. When I say everywhere, once again, all of the groups have performed. And we've opened for such acts as Cameo, national acts, and we're regional act. So we travel once again, and I've not seen a festival in our neighborhoods in the 10 years we've been here. I've seen two, and one BBI, which was the band we play in. We performed 3 years ago, and it was not a lot of people. There was a house performance a couple of years ago as well, and so we figured this year we'd like to propose a family-oriented festival and bring all music festival and bring all of the 5 of the tribute acts that we put together as to perform. We've talked with Terrence Franklin, which Mayor said, who's not here. He's offered his financial and expertise as well.
He has a foundation that's here
Can you take the mic, please?
I'm sorry, he has a foundation that he started in remembrance of his mom, and so he has some funds that he wants to, put out there in order to help do this festival. And we wanted to get involved because we have performed for so many years, and these bands that we have are performing all in like Zion and like Zurich and Winnetka and Schaumburg and Barrington. We feel like we kind of know from experience how to do this at this point and how to do it on a level that we'll be proud of. So that's kind of what we've been talking to Marva about, and what we want to bring, the same things that they have in the northern suburbs to Sauk Village. So that's what we're trying to do. And we wanted to start with what we know. We do know other bands, we do know other acts, we want to start with what we know, and what we know is the bands that we're managing, the bands that he's created. We know what we can do, we know what we can't do. We have access to staging, lights, sound people, we have all of that. So we want to propose to Sauk Village to put this on here so that our people in the surrounding suburbs can be involved in something that we feel like is a nice level of entertainment and family fun.
Bring the community together at that point. The expenses spelled out here, Terrence Franklin said he would take on the majority of the expense, but he was wondering what Sauk Village could contribute toward this. Speaking as a resident of Sauk Village, we're not making any money on this. It's all about trying to get our community the opportunity to have a festival on the level that we know we perform. So I don't know why I'm so nervous.
Trustee,
Where will this event be taking place at?
Right outside here in the field. I don't know what it's called, but this field. Right.
Veterans Memorial Park.
Yeah, Memorial Park.
Are there any other questions? Trustee Sapp?
Well, the total cost is $34,800, and Terrence Franklin said that he could contribute whatever you guys would come up.
That we could,
Yeah,
they would pick up our slack.
exactly. And he's doing that once again because, like Trina said, he's done this for 10 years. He normally has it at, say, Country Club Hills Theater or the church.
He said it
The Governor State,
He said it at
Prairie Street, State.
He said at a church right here in Munster, it's a big church over there, and he said there
A couple times.
So this is the first time that we're actually trying to help him do it outside. So it's some logistics involved that we'll need help with, like security, like parking, generators, those type of things is what we're looking to see what Sauk Village can manage contributing to this event. Because he's not saying that he doesn't want to carry the whole event. He's just saying this is like something really that he's doing for Sauk Village. and he's presenting it to you guys first. Because of course, we could have went to Crete, we could have went to, you know what I'm saying? But he's doing it because this is where we have our studio, this is where we rehearse, this is where the acts have manifest from. So we want to do it here. This was our idea to do it here. Because we know that this is gonna be a success. We're confident.
He has a liquor license, so he's able to offer liquor and, coverage for liquor. He has food license, he has a couple of restaurants, so he's able to offer that. And whatever you guys want to say, we'll put in this way. We're open. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
Thank you. I have the first question from Trustee Sterling.
I'm looking at, you're saying the actual cost is $48,200, and then the private offer was just Terrence, correct? Or is that us? You're saying that the private offer, the $34,800 is that, you're saying what, for the village, or is that something for Terrence?
That's a total expense.
The other amount that you're seeing is what they were actually
Yeah.
Okay, so we know with every event, there's going to be some extras. Like you already mentioned about security, you may have to have police out there, that's overtime. You have public works for cleaning.
Yes.
Those are things we have to think about. Insurance. Is that, can we get some kind of budget costs on those extras?
Because this is just covering the entertainment.
Right.
Listening and having talked with Mr. Gurley and Mr. Franklin, I believe what they want in terms of assurance is that the village is so vested, they're not asking us to even pay the private offer of $34,800. They're not asking for that. I believe that their ask of us is anywhere between no more than $6,000 to $10,000 of an overall package. So therefore, if we're looking at security, assistance with parking, the generator, whatever we can contribute would definitely be less than $10,000. So don't let the 34 scare you off. Yeah.
That's what I asked what the $34,800 were, because I know with any event you're going to have extras that you need to be able to cover, and they can easily rise up from that 34. So I needed to clarify what was that 34,000. And
$34,000 is the total, the private offer that they would be willing, that they were willing to offer the village of Sauk Village, down from the 48.2. Then comes Mr. Franklin, who is acknowledging his mother, and he has a foundation. He's willing to use his foundation funds to support any and everything over the $6,000 to $10,000 that we would contribute. So we would not be at the 34 level. His foundation would pick up that.
Exactly.
okay, so the monies that we would possibly have to come with, where would we get the money from? What budget item? I mean, where would that come from?
We have money from donations for this fiscal year. I know that we still have at least I know that we have at least $6,000 in the fund from monies that I sought to handle special events. Up to this point, I can't remember how much we put in the budget when we went through the last budget process. You know that we did not use one penny of that money, but I don't know how much it is, and so please forgive my lack of preparedness at this point, but I don't foresee going over budget of anything that is already budgeted, but then also that has been donated. Okay, Trustee Johnson, you had your hand up?
Is this date already booked, available from the village? That is not already booked?
It's
For the
not,
park?
what date is it?
Well, we were looking, well,
Saturday, June 27th.
I'm sorry.
It says Saturday, June 27th.
right, that's just the date that I'm going to put all my acts open on that weekend. Because like I said, all the acts.
We can't hear you.
I said, I'm sorry, all the acts are open on that weekend, so that's what Terrence and I came up with. Said, if we do June 27th, then everybody will be available.
Okay, I asked that because we have to see about, I do know our neighboring town, Linwood is throwing a concert also. So I don't want us to collide with that.
No, we definitely don't want to do that.
Exactly, so that's one of my concerns.
Is it, you have that date?
No, I left it at home, sorry.
Does anyone else know the date for Glenwood's, because theirs is action-packed as well, but I thought it was before that.
I'm sorry, Linwood.
Glenwood.
Yeah, Shining Star.
Then,
Linwood.
right down the street off Torrance. We will check that date to make certain, because we like to support Glenwood, and Glenwood likes to support us. And so we definitely don't want to clash and conflict with their date. So we will bring it back to, we don't have the luxury of bringing it back to this table, other than know that before we vote on it, because we will need to take a vote and do with about 8 or 9 different. Yes. Okay. So there's May 9th and August 8th, so it doesn't look like we're done.
But is the village available? Is that land
Yes.
available for this date? If they decide to pick this date?
Yes. The thing is, and I'm happy that you brought it to our attention, but I know that I created Glenwood's, but the date did not register that I needed to make certain that they needed to be confirmed. I think at this point, though, are there any other questions from any other trustees? Again, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, trustee.
Two questions.
Burns. I'm sorry, give me just a half a second. Trustee Burns, your flowers are beautiful. Absolutely. And know that they are from the village, your trustees, and all of us. But can you move it? Let's put them. Just, he's gonna do it good. Al. Thank you, sir. Okay, so now we can see all the trustees. Trustee Winston.
Yes, first question, how many people approximately usually attends the event? And number two, is there a cost associated to attend the event?
Well, it varies. Like last year, we played in Hillside. In Hillside, they had 5,000 people, but their area was a lot larger than ours. So we're thinking that 15 to 2,000 people can get out there in theory. So, and just by advertising it, not just for Sauk Village, but all the surrounding, and because all the our acts that played in Chicago Heights, we played in Country Club Hills, we played in Creek.
So it's kind of, I think it's kind of who you guys decide you want to be out there. You know what I'm saying? It's like you would advertise on your social media, across your social media to say, you know, we want whatever other communities to come in here. I mean, I don't, you know, but basically, we're starting with here, with having everybody in Sauk Village attend. That's what we're hoping.
We feel, not arrogantly speaking, but we feel like if you're advertising that you're having Stevie Wonder, you'll have Earth, Wind & Fire, you'll have Kool and the Gang, you'll have the Temptations, the Supremes, Martha and the Vandellas, Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, the Four Tops as a Motown contribution, and then you'll have Luther Vandross, and then that'll, you know, attract people in the theory of the Cincinnati Festival, kind of.
I have a question. Will she be singing every time?
No, we're not letting her. No, I'm just playing. No, she's our MC now. No.
Then if she's not going to sing it, this one song, I say no.
That's cold.
Yes, she is. Yes.
Is there normally a cost associated with coming, or is this a free?
That's kind of an error right now, because Mr. Franklin feels like when you're offering them 5 tribute acts in a day, then you can, you know, put a cost on it. Have admission. We're playing. Well, we played a couple of festivals that there's an admission charge, you know, but nothing extravagant. It's $10, $15, you know.
Some of them are $5.
Exactly. So we can go that route.
Trustee?
I'm sorry, I know we're supposed to only ask 2 questions, but thank you for acknowledging me. If we do have a ticket cost, where would those funds allocate to? Will it come back to the village? Will it come back to y'all? Will it be ticket sales for the village?
I'm going to say that hearing this for the first time will take the logistics and the planning to a whole different level. So we need to solidify that. Because I can see it possibly being a logistical nightmare.
Oh, yeah.
I think that if you were to focus on, what is it called, the beer garden, or whatever, something along that line, as well as the food sales, I would hope that you could recoup any and everything in terms of the donations, because you are talking about donating, the foundation is talking about donating at least what, $20,000?
Exactly, large sum of money. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you remember, you mentioned Glenwood Fest, Shining Star, and our Stevie Wonder played in 2023, and they had a section that was for the VIPs at the time, and I don't know if they. So if that could work as far as if you wanted to charge something, and there's a VIP section, but we're not thinking on that level. We're just thinking, like you said, if we have if he has, I'm not saying us because again, we're not making any money, and I'm putting that out there. You know, he would say, okay, in order for my foundation to come out, you know, even then I could do the liquor sales and the food. That's what I would think. He's a crazy entrepreneur, so he has said stuff like, we might have some chairs that we can give people, you know, hey, want to rent some chairs? And I'm like, he's got a lot of ideas.
Trustee Burns? And we are going to have to wind down.
I just wanted to contest that I did have Mr. Bullitt and his band here in Sauk Village in 2023.
And we appreciate
I
that.
think we did have about 800 people to attend that festival that year. Cars were everywhere, parked all around Torrance. So their band, I did bring them here to Sauk Village for the first time, and it was really a wonderful thing. And the reason why I did bring that band here is because they are Sauk Village residents. And so when I did find out that we had such a accomplished entertainer in our own village, I thought it best, my philosophy is always to look inside the home first, and take care of this first, and then we'll go outside. So they have been here. They were a tremendous entertainment for our village, and they did draw quite a few people, and that was only a few years ago.
Thanks.
So,
There are a couple of people that are
Is this better? Okay. So our next steps, if it's okay with trustees, and we're not voting, but if it's okay, we will request a memorandum of understanding. We will share it with our attorney, and we will bring it to a vote at next Tuesday's meeting. Yes, trustee.
How will we structure as far as our permits? Because that's how the village makes money. We have to keep that in mind also.
Would you mind working that piece out and helping to insert the village's portion of what you think the village needs to do?
I mean, I feel like in terms of village administrator,
Say that again, please.
that'll be our village administrator's portion to let us know about the permits and how much, because I don't know how much our permits are for right now.
Okay, so you want the village administrator, the interim
Yes.
village? Okay, we'll defer it to him.
And just let me know or let the board know what they find out about our permits.
Everything will be ready and in place for us to vote, for you to vote on at next Tuesday's meeting.
Thank you.
The Bullets, I truly appreciate your coming. Please let Mr. Franklin know that I'm speaking on behalf of the village. We greatly appreciate his charitableness and acknowledge people that Mr. Franklin is recognizing and saluting his mother, and that's why he wants it to be after Mother's Day or a Mother's Day event, even though it's in July. But his foundation is established to recognize his mother. Okay? Thank you, sir and madam. Our next discussion is on solar opportunities. We have 2 listed on the agenda, but know that there is a 3rd party that's interested in bringing a solar opportunity to the village of Sauk Village as well. So we are just open to hear what they have to say. And the first one coming before you is Paul Irby with Dimension Energy, and that location is at Sauk Point on Sauk Trail east of 394. If I'm not mistaken, the professional fee agreement may be in your packet. All of this may be in your packet, just the format is a little different. And if it's not in this packet, it was in the one from 2 weeks ago that got canceled. Trustee, can you hold yours up that was here with the color? No, the one that you had earlier. Just so that, the one that was, that's okay, we won't labor. So you may go ahead. Not really.
Is it on?
How about now?
Oh, so that's not it.
Great. Well, thank you so much for including us on the agenda tonight. My name is Paul Irby. I'm a Senior Project Development Manager at Dimension Energy. Hoping to introduce this project that we are working on here in Sauk Village. It is a community solar project, which I'll get into a little bit later. And as Madam Mayor outlined, it's located over there kind of by the Sauk Point Industrial Park. So my hope was just to introduce the project, obviously answer any questions that you might have for me. But really, we're trying to get some clarity on kind of next steps because we're ready to pursue permitting and approvals for the project through the village. So we're hoping to kick that process off. I provided the professional fee agreement, which we discussed with Madam Mayor, and that will provide a kind of means by which we can reimburse the village for review costs of the project. So that's kind of the main, I think, objective for this evening, hopefully, is to kind of get the ball rolling on that so that we can start the conversation with the village's attorneys and whatnot. But before we get there, I can just provide a little bit of information about Dimension Energy, just there on the first page. I'll try to keep everything really brief. I know I've got a large agenda tonight, so I'll try not to take too much time. But just quickly about Dimension, we've been around since 2018. We're kind of one of the leading players in the community solar development space. For all of our projects, we do own and operate them throughout the entire life cycle. So, and for this project, we are going to be purchasing the property here. Sure. Yeah, sorry, everyone. So for this project, we are going to be purchasing the property. So we're going to be here for the long haul. We're going to be a long-term kind of member of the community here, and we're cognizant of that. So we want to make sure that the impact is felt positively here in the village. Just a little bit about the project itself. So you'll see the next couple pages in the handout just show you kind of where the location is. Generally what we're looking at is a 35-acre property. We're looking to use most of the property for the project itself. We are actually looking to do kind of two individual projects here on this one property. You can see kind of later in the site plan pages that we've got panels going one way on one project and going the other way on the other one. So we're trying to really kind of maximize the amount of capacity that we're getting out of this smaller site, which looking to get about 7 megawatts AC, which is roughly equivalent to powering 1,400 homes or so. I mentioned this before, this is a community solar project, so I think there's some information later on, definitely urge you to read through that, but kind of primary component of this is that people will be able to sign up, become a subscriber to the project, and by doing that, hopefully get some savings on their utility bills. That's a benefit that we're hoping to offer here in Sauk Village. I know we've had a couple of discussions with city staff about providing that subscription benefit for the village's municipal accounts. It works out to be around 10% savings on your utility bills, so that's at no upfront cost and no long-term contract. So it's a great option for folks who maybe can't afford to put solar on their roofs, but still want to get some savings on the utility bills, which I guess everyone knows are going up exponentially every year. The site itself, it's zoned M2, so it's it was at one point part of this, or subdivided as part of this industrial park. It's been vacant since that happened. I know the owners have had a really tough time kind of figuring out what to do with this piece of property. I think they've had some challenges on getting utilities back there, something along those lines. So, we started working with them kind of, I guess, mid last year. We have a purchase option agreement with them. And solar, we think is a really good option for this property. Just kind of based on the physical characteristics, but also, it's got a ComEd distribution line that runs right to the site. We've worked through our study process with ComEd. We're about midway through that, but they've confirmed that it is viable. And those kinds of sites are pretty tough to find in Illinois these days. I think, as probably all of you have seen, there's a lot of solar projects kind of popping up all over the place. And so finding these sites where they have good interconnection, that are close to that existing infrastructure, is really, really important. It's kind of the one critical piece. So yeah, we've got some photos of the site, just some information about the site plan, which we're still kind of tweaking. We're going to be working through this before we actually do any type of formal submittal to the village. But what we're hoping to get some clarity on is just kind of what that process is going to look like. In Sauk Village, you haven't contemplated solar facilities in your zoning code yet. So we kind of have an idea of what we'd like to propose. But again, we'll obviously defer to the village on what process you want us to work through to make sure that the project is properly entitled, that is fully up to code, and that it meets your requirements here. So that's something we're hoping to kick off, probably with involvement from your attorney after we get this fee agreement executed, and we can reimburse for those review costs. But we are going to need, we know kind of regardless, we're going to need to replat the subdivision here. If you flip back kind of to one of the earlier pages, this one here with kind of the purple shading on it, you can see the prior subdivision, set a bunch of lot lines. There's a couple of right-of-way dedications that were made there. We'll be sort of building over all of those, so we'll need to kind of consolidate all of the kind of previously contemplated real estate items that were established in the subdivision. So that's something that we know we're going to have to go through with the village, and we'll work through the process on that. But I think what we're looking for some clarity on is just the actual entitlements process. So is that going to the entitlements process? Mm-hmm. So whether that's permitted by right, or whether we need to go through a special use permit, we are open to working with you on whatever process you want us to follow. We want to make sure this is a good project for the village. Next couple pages here just are kind of some examples of ways that we work locally. Workforce development, STEM education initiatives. A real priority at Dimension Energy is to make sure that there's a positive benefit felt by our projects. And that can go through a number of different means. One thing that we had discussed when we met with you, Madam Mayor, a couple weeks ago, is that there's appears to be a real kind of fiscal need here in the village, and that's something that we would love to support and help. On top of kind of just the investment in the infrastructure here, the community solar subscription savings that we're hoping to to extend to local residents and to the village itself if they're eligible. We also have provided a framework for a community benefit agreement. It's a pretty common kind of agreement for solar projects. So we actually are just doing one with Glenwood for a project that we just got approved up there about a month ago. And what that is, kind of what it entails is a contribution, hopefully to like a specific initiative or project that the village has. And that's a way for us to kind of help and make sure that folks in our village, when they see the project, they know, hey, this is how this project benefited us through the subscription savings, but also maybe there's improvements, parks improvements, infrastructure improvements, things like that. So we provided a framework for that to the mayor, and I'm sure that'll be a continued discussion if that's something that's of interest. But again, I just want to reiterate that it's really our priority. Like, we're coming here with open arms. We want to work with the village and address the village's needs.
Mayor, my question is towards you. Do you recall what TIP district this would be up under? I think 2, if I'm not mistaken. Do we fall up under any? Yes, he is. What TIP district would this fall up under?
I don't know offhand, they go by the district center, but I don't know the TIP number.
Okay, I think it's TIP District 2, if that's still up and operating. Is there any way we could find out? Okay. Which is expired, right?
I had another question, but when I heard that, I was like, well, say, so how do you proceed with that if it's expired?
They don't have to they don't have to accept when we want to be in a tip to bring what they're proposing. We think about it, there's solar farm right across the street. That's not in the tip at all. So a tip is not predicated on it.
That's correct.
Okay, I did have my, that threw me out, but I did have another question. Can you clarify for us, I'm looking at section 2 and 3, section 3. Can you clarify how that $15,000 deposit was determined? And do you think that it will be a sufficient enough number to complete this project?
Yeah, it's a good question. That's a number that we just kind of proposed in the initial draft. That's flexible. If you think that review is going to be more expensive, we can increase that initial deposit. I think there's some language in here also that if that money is expended, then we can kind of refill that and provide additional funds to cover any additional review for the project. So yeah, that was just sort of our first proposal on the number. Happy to discuss that or not, though.
Okay, so can you explain it about with us you would give the village the deposit, and then we would pay whatever services for this? Can you explain that? I'm not really clear on that.
Yeah. So in our discussion with the mayor, she indicated that having the attorneys involved, the engineers involved to review our submittals, that cost could be potentially problematic for the village. So this money that we would be paying is essentially paying the village for the review costs to review our project. So that's our way of making sure that us going through this process with the village is not going to cause any strain on the village budget.
Trustee Winston?
So with that said, if we can go to section 10 and the termination clause. You're saying, yes, I'm sorry, page number 2. You're saying here that we may terminate this agreement, either parties given at least a 15-day notice, but upon termination by either parties, the village is hereby authorized to pay all expenditures then incurred by it from the deposit and additional deposits, if any, and after payments of such costs, all remaining deposits shall be refunded to developers without interest. So you give us the 15. If Sauk Village choose to at that point say this is not a win-win for the village, and we choose to terminate, providing you the 15-day notice, we would have to provide you back those funds that you provided us for that research, correct?
Yes, any unused funds would need to be refunded.
So is it the entire amount that you would give us, we would have to give back, or is it if we have utilized 5 or 10,000 of it, we just give you what we have not used?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So
we would have to give what we have not used.
Yeah, it would be the balance of any unspent funds.
But it doesn't say that in here. It states that we would have to provide you all expenditures, not partial, not the remaining, not the balance. It says all, but I don't have a law degree, so I have to confer that to our attorney. But it doesn't say that there.
Of course, we would want this to go through the attorney and get his eyes on it. But I think the intent of that language is that the expenditures would be the expenditures paying your consultants, so paying your attorney, paying the engineering firm, and then so that you would be required to pay those expenditures, and then the remaining you would refund back to us. I think that's the intent of the language there. But obviously, if your attorney has tweaks to that.
I don't have a law degree. I do have a PhD.
Yeah,
but according to this here, it doesn't say that. So I know that our attorneys, if we decided to move forward, we would have to amend that.
Yeah, sure thing.
Any other questions? Attorney, this entire package, when you pass that to them, and the agreement is in here, so we want you to have in everything, because it wasn't emailed to us, so we have to give you a hard copy, and I'm certain
Yes. Is there any way we can forward this to our zoning committee? Can we forward this to our zoning committee? To take
It's
a,
not ready to go to zoning at this point. It's already zoned in C2
Right.
as phase, is that correct?
M2, yes, ma'am.
So, it's not really ready to go to zoning at this point.
And those ones against the C2.
It's M2 is the
M2?
zoning district, yes.
And I'm already to say C.
No, I believe it's manufacturing.
I think I heard you say C2, and you said it was already zoned. So M2, the M2 district accommodates light and more land-intensive industrial activities compared to M1. It is intended for moderate impact manufacturing, wholesaling, warehousing, and distribution. This zoning allows for storage and work activities to occur outside of enclosed buildings. All uses permitted in the M1 district are also allowed in M2 district. That is something that is going to require greater research with our zoning department, but yet, as I said, we're not ready to move it to that level at this point in time. And as we talk, I said there are major stages, and we're just at stage 1, where you can present it, and you can, the trustees, then look at whether or not it should be referred to the zoning committee, because it's likely that it may be sometime. But we're not there yet.
Okay.
Okay? But we do appreciate your time and your efforts, and the great effort that you put into presenting your presentation this evening, Mr. Kirk. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very, very much. And I think someone has my contact info. So any other questions in the meantime, please reach out. Please reach out.
Mr. Rich,
Yes, ma'am.
and yourself. But 9 out of 10 times it would be the administrator who would be communicating with you and putting to
Okay.
brings everything together.
All right. Well, thank you all very much.
Thank you. We have another solar project in our midst that has been brought to our attention. And believe it or not, this is almost directly across the street from the one that we just heard from. And know that, even though it's not in our packet and it's not ready for presentation to you, there's one other one as well. So I would do my recommendation that we hear all 3 proposals and then compare and make a decision which one would work best for the village of Sauk Village. Is there anyone here from Impact Solar Project? I know that they sent over information, and it is in your packet behind the professional agreement. It looks like this. You have that in your packet. And I think it's the page that comes before that. That was in your packet on Friday. Yes, it's an email from Vivian to me. Do you see that? Yes. Okay. Did anyone have an opportunity to read through any questions, comments that you have at this point? I know that you have questions.
It's very unlikely that it will be answered this evening, but we will be able to refer it to those who can provide greater clarity. But they are not able to be with us this evening, but they did. Once again, this is another roof mount solar
project, and it is across the street from the presentation that we just heard. Any questions, any comments that anyone would want to bring forth at this time? Hearing none, then we're going to move on. The next item on the agenda is me. And I'm going to talk about referendums, procedures, timelines, and that is in the packet also. And that's just some literature for your review. Know that we cannot move forward with referendums or whatever without sizable contributions from our attorneys. But know that, more than a year ago, a trustee mentioned increasing the fees for trustees. That would need to go and come to us by referendum. The one that I'm getting ready to present, this I'm not going to present, but I have our fire chief who will be presenting. That requires a referendum too. We're looking at not just those two, because you may decide that you don't want the one increasing salary, but that's just an example. But the attorneys asked us to think about what types of items would we want to see changed in the village. Know that because we present a referendum, and that referendum would have to be on the ballot for the November 2nd election. So it's a very short timeline, so we would need to move and act upon it almost immediately. But as I said, our attorneys would be leading us in terms of the referendum process. I wanted you to have the information in terms of statute as you think about what referendum you would want to bring forth, okay? And they would assist us with putting the question on the ballot, but know that in order to bring forth the referendum, we would have to continue to have more informational meetings with the residents to get their feedback, but then to also provide them educational opportunities so that they are well informed in terms of what we are presenting to them. We need them to be informed, and we will make every effort. And the reason why where this one is concerned, not necessarily maybe all of the ones that you would maybe consider bringing forth, is because this one will require a bond, issuing of a bond. And when we issue bonds, then that means an increase in taxes for our residents, as well as each of you, as well as me as well. But I do want to bring forth Chief Dom, who is going to talk about what we are proposing to do, as well as Chief Sanders. I'm asking both of them to come to the mic, because what we are offering concerns both of those departments. Know that it's very much needed, very much needed, but it will be a costly endeavor. And for some of you who have been trustees in the past, this is not the first time that you've heard this concept. It's the first time that it's come before this seated board at this point in time. Gentlemen, I turn the mic over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Madam Clerk, trustees. As you're well aware, the fire station and the police station have some issues. They were built for 50 to 75 years. The fire station right now is pushing that 75-year mark, and the police station is pushing that 50-year mark. The fire station, when it was built, was a combined building for Village Hall, Police, Fire. Before Village Hall and Police moved out, we put an addition on back in 1969. The addition and the original station was not built for today's modern fire apparatus. What we're seeing just on our bay floor is the equipment that we have weighs so much that the floor is sinking. We've had it mud jacked at one time in the past, and it's down about an inch now after the mud jacking. So the weight of the apparatus, the station is crumbling, the bricks are falling apart, we're having heating, air conditioning issues. We did get the roof repaired last year, so fortunately, knock on wood, we don't have water leaking through when we have these heavy rains. The fire station where we're currently at is kind of landlocked, so what we're looking at is we put together 3 locations where we could build a new public safety complex. And so it's in your packet. The first one, a proposed area, is right here behind Village Hall. So it would be a municipal complex where we have the Village Hall, police and fire stations right behind us. It has adequate staff parking, adequate visitor parking, a good sized building, as well as an area for future training for a training tower for both fire and police. That would require some land acquisition from the Forest Preserve District. So that's one that we're looking at. I had our architect, Jason Estes, put the layout on each of these in these footprints. So the next one, on the next page, is on Sauk Trail. The top one is the south side of Sauk Trail between Cornell Avenue and Prairie Avenue, which is just east of Route 394. It's a smaller footprint, limited parking places. It has parking places for only 35 parking places, which pretty much covers fire and police vehicles, the employees, and a few visitors that would stop in. Below that one would be the location of the old bowling alley. And so that's on the north side of the street. There's some businesses that are over there right now, so it would wrap around the same way the old bowling alley did, where the bowling alley had the upfront lounge along Sauk Trail, and then it curved back and then went around the back of the other businesses. It would be a similar footprint to that, but it would also cover where the old gas station and auto repair shop was located, just west of what now is Popeyes. So those are the 3 locations. The architect also put a 4th drawing in where he separated the police station and the fire station on Sauk Trail in those 2 locations. Looking that we're trying to combine some things in the building for us, have a combined training room, a combined fitness center, as well as a combined kitchen. Having them separate just doesn't really work for that. And it goes against what we're trying to do with having a combined complex. So that was one that we put together just to fit the space better, but that's not one that we're looking at. Chief Sanders?
Hot seat, and I know the residents, hello Madam Mayor, Clerk, trustees, and I know the residents behind me probably got their guns out at me. How you coming in asking us to do what and why? Let's talk about forward thinking, all right? In this form of government, what we have to do is, when we're thinking about something, we have to present it to you. Because if we don't present it to you, then guess what? We don't respect your authority. So right now we haven't done anything. My kudos to Fire Chief before him, because this is something they talked about. When they talked about it before, guess what? The police wasn't included. So I can tell you right now, if they would have got a fire station, the police didn't get one, it would have been a problem. And again, for anybody that's been to the police station, obviously the fire department is worse than ours. This is pretty much, from what I understand, is an exploratory bid to get the numbers, to see where we are. Now, the residents behind me, they could probably care less about a combined station, because at the end of the day, they're looking at it from what's in their pocket, what they're going to get out of it. But we're looking at trying to build for the future and getting some numbers. In order to get some numbers, guess what? We have to talk to you. So you can say, hey, this is something we're looking at. Do you agree with it? Do you not agree with it? Do you think we just table it or whatever? But the biggest thing is, with our respective facilities, it's only going to get worse before it gets better. So we have to figure out what we want to do. And again, at the end of the day, guess who it's up to? It's not up to me. And I respect this body. I respect the people behind me. It's going to be up to them, and or if we can find some money. But in the meantime, it's better for us to figure out what we're going to do, and where we're going to do it, and how we're going to do it together. Because if we can't do it together, then what are we doing? Does that make sense?
So what I think the next step is, since we have 3 locations that we're looking at, is to see if you guys are okay with giving us the okay to look into engineering, because that would be the next step to try to get this on a referendum in November, so that we can have the engineering say yes, no. Previously, they looked at west of 394, and they got a lot, pretty far into it before they found out it was wetlands, and it was very costly to build over the top of that. And so that's why that project stalled. What we're looking for is to make sure that we have our I's dotted, T's crossed, before we go to the residents and say, are you in favor of this or not? And so we need the Board of Trustees to say whether or not you want us to move forward with this project and start looking at our engineering and make sure that we're on the right path.
And it's not saying, okay, yeah, you got this blank check to go out and spend X amount of dollars, and then we don't do this. Basically, it has to be practical. Everything has to be practical. It's not about saying, hey, yeah, you go do it, then we come back, you got to build for $10,000, $15,000, we won't build anything. Because what happened is, from what I understand, some of this stuff was paid already. That's how I was able to go back to this individual, and Chief Don was like, hey, we got money on the table, so you need to give us something. So he gave us some squirt loans. I'm just saying. That's all I know.
Questions, comments, trustees? Trustee Burns?
Yes, okay, so you have 3 proposals here. You have, the 2 proposals are for your stations to be combined. The last proposal was for you to have separate stations.
There's 3 that are combined, and there was the 4th one that they
Yes,
separated.
the 4th one is separate. So, have you got, what do you all want? You want the combined station, or do you want separate stations?
Everything comes down to practicality.
Okay.
Moving forward, it's about getting more bang for your buck. And again, with the residents behind me, got their guns out, it would be better for us to combine, to find a mutual accessible location so we can combine instead of not being together. I mean, I like that, you know? And if it's gonna be able to get done, if we combine, it'd be better than doing 2 separate buildings.
Okay. The other question is, you said it's right behind the village? Not the park. Behind the park? Okay, further back.
It would be behind the park. You know, imagine where we used to have movies after dark. It would be behind there. There's a gravel path back there. And if you remember looking at a concert back there, that's where the acts came in now from Sauk Trail Road. And then if you go just a little bit east of that, there's a whole lot of trees. We still have to do research.
Because it looks like a forest preserve, but if you look behind some of your homes that where the trees haven't been cut, there's a lot of trees. I know behind mine, there's a lot of trees and branches and like a whole field, but it's not a forest preserve. So we have to research to see if those are just trees that have grown up from weeds and they're trees now, or if it's actually the forest preserve property. If it is, we will be asking for the land. If it's not, we can clear it and proceed to building the combination.
The other question is.
I'm sorry, did that respond, did that help you? Okay. Trustee Burns?
Yes, and have you guys looked into what portions or what area you guys would favor most?
Yes, they did. I'm sorry.
Because I would like to know what your favorite is.
You got the big truck.
So at this time, honestly, we're kind of split. We're kind of divided on this one. Even inside the firehouse, Chief Barrett and I have differing opinions on that, which I'm really glad to see because I love a differing opinion. It makes sure that we're on the right path and that we look at every option completely. So right now we're kind of split.
What's your preference?
My preference is the footprint of the old bowling alley. But that might not be practical, so I'm open to all three, but that would be my preference.
I've asked these same questions when the last time we had our meeting. Chief, what did you say?
Well, actually across the street, but there's an issue with the drawing right now as it stands with the apparatus turning around. I looked at it.
You're talking about on Cornell and Sauk
Right.
Trail.
With that, because it's visible. I mean, if you looked at like say South Chicago Heights, how they had their unit when you go down Sauk Trail. I mean, it's a combined unit. The biggest thing is the parking spaces to a degree. You got that visibility, which is great. You know, that's why this is exploratory conversation. But when you look at the layout, as the chief said, with the back lot about the area turning around, that's probably like the one everyone kind of agrees on. But then if you look at it, the one on Torrance right off of where we are, which is proximity to us, you know, that would be like home court advantage. With all the, you know, we got the city hall, the village hall, I'm sorry, you got the police station, fire station right there. But then you just have to look at, you know, the court observer will give us the actual.
They could just be weeds.
It could be just weeds, yeah.
That
It
have
could be
grown
weeds.
up.
Yeah, let's say weeds. It's weeds that we just took it. I mean, cleaned it.
So everyone.
Wait, ask me which is my preference. Do you care?
So, do you really want to say your preference?
My preference is right back here. We would have a complete municipality complex, a municipal complex. We would all be kumbaya.
Okay. So from what I'm hearing, you guys seem to want to be visible to the public. So the bowling alley will definitely get that area, and then you're across the street to where you are. No one seems to want to be in the back.
I said the back. I said the back, but I just said, yeah, I said the back. So, I mean, not that she's telling me what to do. I mean, I just said the back based off if we can get it, we get more bang for our buck. As far as land goes.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? As far as land goes,
Yes.
more bang for your buck. But the visibility is one of those things that, and that's something that that's why it's an exploratory. It's not like, hey, I say let's put it right here and then you put it right there. It's something that you got to have further conversation for. In the bowling alley, when I looked at the bowling alley, because it's really congested right there. It's super congested right there. My thing, if we did own that, how about sell that? I mean, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Well, when we did a drive-through yesterday, and I don't remember all of this deep water that was out there just yesterday. And I know that we've had severe rain, so that's another piece that needs to come into consideration. How do we build up that land so that we don't have the flooding on the pavement, but then also in the marsh that's directly behind it? Trustee Sapp was next.
If you guys were to combine the stations, would you hire more police officers and more firefighters?
The object, this is not an overnight project. So the goal is to have more officers before. Whether this happens or not, well, hopefully it does. And again, to the residents behind me, that's probably, ooh, man, shooting at me. I'm more than willing to sit and talk to you, and we can meet at the police station, we can meet somewhere and just further have a discussion about this before it gets out to the social media world. Like, are they crazy? Let's talk about it. That's why we're here to talk about it. Right, wrong, and indifferent. All we can do is just talk about it. But we need more officers. We need more firefighters. So we're just planning for the future. You understand? Make sense?
As we talk about public safety, and this initiative is focusing not on us having a brand new building, but it's public safety. Right now, we're not guaranteed. We're guaranteed with the staff that we have, but the facilities for which they operate out of is the insecurities at this point. I'm going to entertain a couple more questions, and then I just want to finish with what the referendum really means. I'm sorry, which was next? Was it just Trustee Johnson?
Well, my concern is this, with our fire department, since we have paramedics. The land itself, I need to make sure that it's actually solid for the big trucks to come in and out, and the ambulance. I'm not too concerned about the police department because of, y'all gonna get out to get us. But the ambulance and the fire department, I need the land, because that's the job they're complaining about. The ground is sinking in. So I just want to make sure that y'all have some good solid land, whatever location y'all pick.
And that's why we're here right now also, so that we can take that next step and get the engineers to look at that to make sure that the location that we choose will be adequate for what we're looking to do. And that's hold the fire apparatus.
Trustee Sterling?
Thank you, Mayor. It's pretty much what Trustee Johnson just said. We're just concerned about that area being just like a damaging area, that just to look at it, you can see something's not going on. But just like she was saying, we just want to make sure that the area where they want to build, we want to make sure that it is safe and secure.
Thank you. Was there someone to my left? Any trustees to my left? I just don't want to leave anyone out. Before we close this out, know that a referendum does not give the trustees, the board, the authority to say, okay, we're doing this. The referendum is to get feedback from our residents in terms of what they want. They give us their notice of whether or not they want us to proceed on. But after the referendum, that's where your vote comes into play. And your vote that comes into play will be basically based on the vote from the ballot in November. And that's when the real work starts, the heavy lifting. But before November, know that I would project that we would have at least 2, 3, if not, at different locations so that our residents understand explicitly what we're talking about. Because as I said, this does not come without a cost. And there is no money in the village coffers at this time that can carry this project. So we will have to go out and do a bond, which would mean then increased taxes. So there's not even a real vote. I don't know. Attorney, do we need to just bring this to a vote at next week's meeting? Should we continue on, or how do we handle this next step?
So in order to add it, we have to draft a resolution. This has to be passed and given to the clerk 79 days.
So that's not for necessarily Tuesday. No, okay, but it's soon. November is going to be here before you know it. But what do we need to do right now? Okay, I see you, Trustee Sterling. What do we need? Do we need to do anything Tuesday in order to say, Chiefs, move forward with your exploration? That doesn't mean that we're doing a referendum. Or what's your recommendation? Trustee Burns.
Okay, so it sounds like to me this is something that Dave brought to the table for us to discuss. I've said this several times. The next step we need to do is get an exploratory committee together. We'll talk about the committees later on when it's my time to speak. But we really need to explore, like I was asking, which site they think is best. We need to take a look at those sites. We need to have a committee together that include trustees, who's a part of the Economic Development Committee, the finance portion, the safety portion. We need to bring this committee together to look at it, discuss it, see what the cost of it is going to be before we start doing resolutions and referendums. We really need to get an idea of how we really want to move. We can't do that yet unless you have an exploratory committee together. Take our notes, come together, have our ideas down, and then we proceed with resolutions and all of that, and referendums. Right now, we're not ready for anything. They just brought this here tonight. They just threw some areas of preference, but that's all we have. We have nothing else. It's not ready for anything but to further discuss and explore and take our notes, and then from there, we move forward.
Okay, and this is one piece that I just need you to be critical in terms of your understanding. And I'm all for the exploratory committee. I'm all for the public safety committee because we have a it was recommended that we would have a public safety committee. The two chiefs would and could lead it just as you say. It's exploratory, bring together those who have an interest in serving on the committee. There's no problem or issue with the exploratory committee. It's just that we also have to realize, okay, that November we have an election. We're only talking about trying to put a referendum on. To do a referendum doesn't mean that you got to act on it right away, but you're still getting your feedback from your residents, which to me is very crucial. But the next election is 2 years down the line. So in between that 2 years, after we get feedback from the residents based on whatever you want to call the committee, but it starts with the Public Safety Committee and these gentlemen and whichever other members of our community who would want to serve on that committee. We get their feedback. We have the sessions with our residents to get further comments from them. We can still move forward, but to put this off into 2027 and then 2029, I think that we are just pushing a ball down the road. Trustee Sterling.
Madam Mayor, you gotta help me with this. Now, so do we really need a referendum, or are we doing the referendum just because we want to get the bond, or are we just trying to reach out to our residents? I think with the bond, I don't think the residents want their taxes to go up.
And if they won't, then it's dead in the water. We know that they're not willing to vote to increase their taxes, then it's a non-issue. Because if they're not willing for us to build a structure, a public safety structure, that's going to cost monies, that's going to come out of their pocket, we are just where we are right now. But the referendum would let us know, it's not a guarantee, because it's not a vote yet, but it's getting their perception. Attorney, am I correct there?
Yeah, as long as we work as an advisory question, then yes, you're correct.
It's just an advisory question, it's not binding. Trustee, did you have another?
I'm still not understanding why we need the referendum. Maybe I'm stuck there.
You can't bring a bond. You can't impose a bond, increase taxes without a referendum. I'm going to invite you to look in the packet that I gave you guys 2 weeks ago, and then also this past Friday, that deals with referendums, and then just do a little bit more research, because mine was cursory. But do a little bit more, and then it tells you just even where you are now. Are we okay? I see you. Are we okay? Then it tells you how to bring questions along that line when you want to affect a change. It lets you know the instances of what type of referendum. That's in your packet right now. So I am going to ask that you read through that and do just a little bit more in terms of research, because I gave you cursory. Trustee Johnson.
Is there another way that we can come up with another idea instead of doing a referendum in order to obtain a bond? Because that's where I feel like we shouldn't have a referendum in order to obtain a bond. I don't want a bond. I don't want my taxes to go up. Simple as that. Like, is there another way we can come up with in order to be able to get the police and fire their location in their building?
I'm sorry, not trustee, but Attorney Tillman, would you weigh in, please?
If you are looking to finance it with the bond, then yes, best practice is to do the referendum. If you all can find another financial source and you don't want to raise the taxes and you find another way to fund it, then you don't necessarily have to do a bond, just like with anything else that you purchase. But with big purchases like that, oftentimes it's
a bond.
The reason I said it too, Mayor, is because I believe we still have a line open. Do we still have a bond open? Okay, yeah, this building's paid for, so. The fire truck? Okay, so these are things that we have to think about. Like, we don't want to go up on the residents' money. So is there any way that we can look into, y'all can look into another way of being able to purchase the land and stuff like that and bring it to the board?
We have been looking at grant opportunities. Unfortunately, for a project this size, there aren't any grant opportunities available at this time. We will continue to look at all grant opportunities where it comes for construction for a new police and fire station. So yes, we will continue to do that.
Trustee Sapp.
Could we consider fundraisers to defray the costs?
I think that a fundraiser, any monies that we can get, would go a long way toward helping bring the entire concept into fruition. I mean, because if you think about it, we're looking at furniture, we're looking at other things that goes along with creating a new structure along that line. I think that that would be something that would be well suited for whoever the chair and the members of the Public Safety Committee to entertain, to assist. But Just give us a projected figure, one of you. I know we're talking big bucks. What are we talking?
So based on the last time this was done a few years ago, we're looking at probably $8 to $10 million.
Okay, so if we're talking fundraising, we're talking about some heavy duty fundraising, not fun, F-U-N raising, fund. I'm sorry? Okay, anyone else? Did I see your hand?
So obviously, to me, we have a lot of, again, exploring to do, a lot of conversations to be had. I'm not suggesting that we put any of this off. I am suggesting, Chief Dom and Chief Sanders, that we pull it to committee together ASAP and start the work. And as soon as we get that and get all of our notes down, our pricing, and how we want to present this again to the residents will know if we need a bond, and I most likely will for a project of this nature. But again, if it's going to benefit the residents, benefit this village, and take us into the next phase of our development, then I'm sure, and then we'll also have to explore, if we have to be taxed, what does that mean, and how much taxes will the
What's the
residents have to
increase
incur.
there?
So start the process. What I find we do is we do this at the committee, and this is the discussion. But if you all want to go further, develop the committee.
I'd be like wrong if I didn't say this. I think we just went right to we were going here and all of a sudden we went all the way over there. All I'm saying is we came here today to let y'all know what we were doing and seeing if we can move forward. I don't know where everything else went off the rafters, but at least we've been. I understand.
We came here to table because she's bringing to us a referendum. What goes wrong with referendum, meaning the residents, we asking for a bond. So our taxes is going to go up. I have a problem with that. So I'm asking y'all to find a different way, because I don't want my taxes going up. Okay. And I'm pretty sure the rest of the residents don't want their taxes going up. We don't see a big change right now in the village first. We still trying to get our water bills done correctly. So now we about to go out and get a bond? Make it make sense for me.
Okay, and that is the purpose of all of the evening, afternoon, Saturday meetings that we will have with the residents, so that we're sharing with them the need. Again, the primary focus is on public safety. What we have going on now at the two locations that are responsible for public safety, it's not safe. It's not safe. And if they're not safe, how are they going to keep our residents safe? So it's an area that we really have to think about. It's an area that needs to be totally flushed out. And this communication here has been very enlightening, but not only that, I think it's been very fruitful. I think it's a very good first steps. And I'm encouraged, not that we are going to have a new public safety complex, even though I hope that's the end result, but at least we're coming together as a team and we're communicating. And we're communicating in a very positive manner. It's a lot of work to do. I'm putting it in the hands of the two chiefs to lead this charge. But then we know that we need the committee, and by the time that committee finished working, it's not going to be exploratory. There's going to be a lot of muscle in that piece. I mean, the first meeting can be exploratory, but then after that, we're talking feet on the ground, working, okay? I think that Anyone else have any last things that they would want to say? If not, then I am going to excuse our two chiefs, and we're going to move on with the agenda. Do you have a question? I got your back. I was watching them all while you were talking, and they were fine.
Thank you, everyone.
You weren't
Appreciate
threatened.
your commenting.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it. Moving on. Clerk Debbie Williams wants to talk about the clerk's report and updates and meeting procedures.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Due to the lengthy agenda that we have tonight, I'm going to really give you the Reader's Digest. Just mention a couple things that I plan on doing. Next week is Student Government Day, and for those of you who are not familiar with Student Government Day, we have students from Rickover Junior High that will be taking the place of all the elected officials and the various vendors and staff. So it's a great day to come out and see our young people work in our place. That's next Tuesday. So if you come here looking for a regular meeting, you're going to see a little bit different. They will be doing our jobs with us, for us. Business will be taken care of, but it'll be just a little bit different. So I don't want you to be surprised. And we will have 6 p.m. We have the department heads and various officials will be here taking pictures with the students. At 7 p.m. we will start the meeting. There will be refreshments in the senior center afterwards. For anyone who is in attendance. The two projects that I'm working on right now that are very important are record retention and recodification. When the trustees and the mayor go into budget discussions soon, I want you please to make sure that we remember to leave room in the budget for both the record retention and the recodification. I'm not going to go any further with my report today because I know we have a lot more important business to talk about, but I will be back in 2 weeks. Thank you.
I thank you for that understanding. I truly appreciate that. Let's move on. Interim Administrator Anthony Fitch, can you please come? You have five items to present, and I'm going to remind you of what I said earlier. Let's just try to be as timely as possible, but as thorough as possible as well. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Board, residents. So the first item is acceptance of A2N engineering. A few months ago, Cook County had offered to do road work in Sauk Village, but one of the tasks was that the village would be sent proposals for companies of RFQ, request for a qualification. So there was 3 companies that submit those qualifications. Cook County gave a metric scoring system to grade the 3 companies. And out of the 3 companies, A2N was chosen. So now at this point, what we need to do is basically tell Cook County which one we chose, which is again is A2N. And then at that point, Cook County will work with A2N to start the project for road construction in Sauk Village. It's going to take anywhere from about 5 to 6 months for the construction to potentially get started. There's nothing else for Sauk Village to do other than just submit the paperwork to Cook County that A2N is the engineering firm that's going to be working with Cook County to do the 2 projects in Sauk Village on 223rd and Torrance and 223rd and Cornell. Any questions?
Mr. Finch, can you give us a total estimated cost on this project?
For the village, it's 0. Cook County's taking care of it through the CMAP and STP program. So we don't have to pay anything out of it. Only task we had to do was review the 3 firms, review any firm that submitted paperwork, and then from there tell the Cook County what firm we want to go with.
Okay, so everything is covered as federal. Everything's been covered federal.
Yes, because it's a federal road.
And we won't have any other responsibilities down the line if anything goes over.
It's going to be on Cook County and the engineer firm. So
that's in this. this is not.
It's in the,
We have an agreement with this information in there?
yeah, this is what the, and I can send it to you, it's what Cook County put together. But yes, they have it. Yes, I sure will. Any other questions?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Finch, you did basically three bids?
Yes, well, no, I didn't do 3 bids. What 3 companies submit what is called RFQ, request for qualification, and there's a metric that Cook County provided us to grade the 3 companies. But yes,
So, so again, these companies know about this project because we put it out there?
yes, we put it out. Yes, we advertised it, put it in the newspaper, and then they submitted information to myself that said they was interested, and then at that time the clerk sent out the requirement based on the qualifications.
Understood. And did this come before the board? No, I don't recall it coming before the board. I know we talked about it.
Yes.
I thought Robinson Engineering on the first end was the point person for this.
Well,
Initially.
they could not be the point person because they also put in a request for qualification.
Okay.
So they couldn't review themselves.
So
They did submit qualification as well.
Okay, so I would like in the future, any bidding and anything dealing with contracts, that it come before the board and that it be discussed with the board, so the board will understand the direction that the village is going on when it comes to bids and contracts. That is something
We
that-
did discuss it. Robertson did discuss it a few months ago. So it was discussed at the board.
No, I understand that, but if we're going to move forward with bidding or submitting in any type of way, where we have to have a choice. Now, who chose A2N?
I did. Yes.
So, and this is a contracted project?
For Cook County, yes.
Yes, so this is a contracted project, but that most definitely should have been.
But the board, you know, I understand what I'm saying. The village has nothing to do with this going forward as far as liability or finances.
Oh, I understand that.
So there's nothing for the board to vote on.
I understand that, but it's information that the board still should know. It's going on in the village.
Yes, and I was saying a few months ago, it was provided by Robinson Engineer what the project looked like. Actually, we're probably about a month behind on giving this information to Cook County. So it was provided in detail by the engineers.
Okay, so again, in the future, anything that has to be place for bid or anything in our village, that is the reason why committee members that fall under this jurisdiction need to be kept informed of these type of projects. So again, there are things that's being done in the administrative area that at least 1 or 2 trustees should be involved in that because it falls under their jurisdiction. I want to make sure that our board is very clear and that the administration is very clear that in the future we will ask strongly that you guys begin to include trustees that fall under these jurisdictions of whatever projects you all are doing, that trustees be involved in the preliminary meetings so that we will not just for the first time be hearing this at the board. These are things that if you know, we should know. At least 2 people or 2 committees should know what you know because we should not be kept out the loop. We could eliminate and alleviate many of these questions if our board members who should be involved is involved. So that is something strongly I want you all to think about because this is something we are going to implement.
I would like to respond to that. Thank you very much. We did not bring this to the board. I did not bring it to the board. Mr. Finch did not bring it to the board. Melanie Arnold brought it to the board in a committee. I can't remember if she did it in a committee meeting or if she did it. I hear a number of people saying yes, she did. Okay, as a report. So, okay, so it was brought to the board. It was brought to the board that we had to request an RFQ. Typically, if you think about it,
When we deal with Cook County, typically, we don't have a say at all in terms of who Cook County chooses. They usually would go out to bid. This time they did not. And our engineer was very careful in letting us know how and why it was changed. So trustees, you were advised. You were informed of the process. You were informed that unlike her company, who would usually we would open the bids. We didn't even have to open bids. We just received them because it wasn't a bid. It was a request for qualifications. It was a request for qualifications. I'm going to remind some trustees that sometimes when you're not actually in the room, but you may be absent and or you may be attending the meeting remotely, sometimes you may miss a piece, a word or two. That's very critical. So therefore, when you don't hear it over and over again, you may not remember that it has been brought before you. I guarantee you, trustees, we are not going to do anything without at least bringing it to the board. We promise you, I promise you, that this has been brought before the board more than one time. I didn't bring it, Mr. Finch didn't bring it, our village engineer brought it, and she's the one who told us that she could not do the part of it that she would normally do for us because her company was bidding on the project as well. I think what's encouraging to me is the fact that, you know how when we go to bid for the road projects and all of that with Cook County, normally it's 3 companies that always get all of the bids. And I've questioned that. In this instance, we have a new player who has qualified. So it's not like, oh yes, we know that they put their name in, so therefore they're gonna automatically get it. I think that we should take comfort in knowing that the process expands opportunities for other organizations to provide services and support to the village of Sauk Village. Are there any other questions, comments, concerns? Yes, and trustee, last one. That I didn't say it, you said it.
So I want to know, do we have are we going to have an oversight plan for this project? Will we be able to get information as far as how the process of the project is going, so that, as we know, let the trustees know how the project is going? So will we have an oversight person, with that person be from A2N, or is there going to be a person from the village that's going to be able to, so we can find out how this thing is going to go?
Typically what happens when we go out to bid and we have projects, we have our engineer firm. Think about it. Melanie would normally do it. But Melanie doesn't just come in and give you guys updates. Melanie meets with Mr. Finch and myself. We meet with Melanie a whole lot. Know that, with updates on varying projects that we have. We will still meet with the companies for periodic updates, but Melanie, because they didn't get
the contract with Cook County will not be the one that's bringing it. We will still meet, and naturally, I am going to ask Mr. Finch to be the one that would provide a report that normally, if Robinson Engineer was over it, it would be Melanie. But Robinson isn't over it. They lost that bid. I don't want to say they lost it. I'll say they did not get it. So you will still get reports, just as you have with all of the other road work that has been going on. I think that we have to do even a better job with making certain that our residents know that we're doing road work, because I look at them, I read what they say, and they don't believe that we've done any pavement work, any infrastructure work. They don't think that we've done anything, and I know, if you look at those charts back there, it tells you we have been doing it. But, as I said, we don't have Melanie to report for us now.
Quick question. How did Robinson Engineering lose this bid?
So again, it's not a bid. It was request for qualification.
Qualification. Okay,
So, proper terminology. It's a metric system based on Cook County. They all got graded.
Who graded them?
Myself.
But it was
yourself and yourself only, or
Yes.
was someone else with you grading them?
Myself only. So they went through.
That's a problem.
You asked me a question, give me an answer. So once that process was done, then the scoring was provided, and A2N was the one that was chosen.
Did you have to give your scoring, the matrix, based on the matrix that Cook County presented?
I will, yes.
You gave it back, you shared it with them?
Cook County, not yet. Once the board say, once we go forward with this, Cook County will get everything. They'll get all the firms that participated as well as their metric scores. But yes.
Thank you.
But the board didn't receive anything. That's what Trustee Burns was just saying.
That's not quite what she was saying. What
Am
she
I
was,
correct, Trustee?
No, she was saying,
She's
okay, we're
shaking
not
her
going to
head
argue
yes.
with who said what, but
Because
her
we gotta have the
concern is
facts.
she had never heard of it before, had never heard of the project.
The project. It's,
The mic, please.
I heard Melanie give it in her report. The Melanie reports are usually very short and not detailed at all. So I did hear Melanie say it, but from that point, the board was no longer informed on any processes.
Most
So,
of
again,
Melanie's reports are written, and what she actually, they are written and they're in your meeting packet. But what she states during her reports, she gives you a cursory, a summary of, so therefore you really have to read your packet to read what she says. Now, rather than going back and forth with who didn't do what and who did not know what, please state what you would prefer to happen. Do we have a deadline to get back to Cook County?
Like I said earlier, according to Melanie, this should have been done probably a month ago.
Okay, so we're not going to talk right now about why it wasn't.
There's no deadline in the sense, but because of the timeline to get the construction started, they would like to do it before the winter. And like I said earlier, it takes 5 to 6 months for Cook County to get everything coordinated with the engineering firm.
Thank you very much. I have one question to put before board members at this point. One question, and the way you respond will dictate what we're going to do going forward. I understand and I hear that there's some unreadiness for placing item FA, the acceptance of this engineering group for phase 1 and phase 2 design. Am I correct? There's unreadiness, and therefore you are not ready for it to go on the agenda for a vote on next Tuesday. Am I correct with that assumption? So should it be placed on the agenda, yes or no? Yes. Place it on the agenda. Okay. Totally different. This is totally different. Okay, so will that be on the agenda for the next board meeting?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's move on. Can you give us a New Beginnings update, sir?
So New Beginning is a vendor that has been with us probably about 3 or 4 times. The last time they met with the board was discussing how much of the partnership, percentage-wise, they were going to give to the board. So initially it started off at 20%, went up to 25%, and now they have come back and agreed to the terms of giving the village 30% of net profit. So again, they've been here several times. The attorney has looked over their contract. You guys did receive their contract in the past, and the only thing that have changed is the amount of percentage is coming back to the board.
Yes, ma'am. You're saying that we went up to 30%. Do we have that in writing somewhere?
You don't have it like now in this packet, but for next Tuesday you have the whole packet that will show the 30%. But yes.
Anything else? Trustee Burns?
Yes, this is an economic development project, and again, what economic development, what committee member has been involved in these negotiations, in these conversations, or in these meetings? Can someone tell me?
I sure can. I would be happy to answer that. As he mentioned, they've been before us at least 3 times. And so, each time they came, we negotiated right here on the floor. That's how we negotiated. As he said, they came in initially with offering us 20% of whatever they received per property. I said, can we go to 30?
No, I understand that.
So you asked, and I'm answering the question.
That's not what I asked.
No,
I didn't ask that. I said, what has the economic development?
We don't have an economic development committee at this point, and you know that. So not on record. So the board collectively, we kept working with them. I kept saying, I don't want 20%. We don't want 25%. And we kept going, and we kept going at them, and they finally decided they would give us not 20%, but they would give us 30%. That was here. That's where those negotiations took place. And that's where it took place. Shall this be on the agenda, or shall we postpone it? I'm sorry? Let's move on to the Elevate Amendment Agreement, please.
Elevate is an agreement, is again related to Cook County. They are offering residents water relief. It's a project that started a few years back and finally coming to the forefront where they are in position to offer the residents of Sauk Village with water relief. We provided them with probably, I don't know, maybe 1,000 homes. So we have an agreement with them before they can move forward to disperse any funds. So again, this is water relief grant, do not cost the village any money other than time. So any question on that one?
Yes, Trustee Jensen.
The board would like to request to see what you just stated.
What did I just state?
You just stated that you had an agreement with them, right?
That's what you have in your packet.
This short little paragraph right here? This is the agreement? It has no signature lines for an agreement. So to me, this is not an agreement. This is just a statement.
Attorney,
agreement printed up.
Attorney, have you been involved in this project with Elevate?
There's 1, 2, 3, there's like 5 pages. You should have 5 pages in your packet. So yes, it's in your packet.
Correction, the clerk just passed it to me.
No problem.
It says the water bill relief program, half a page. It is directly behind the community revitalization agreement.
I would request, yes, the clerk just handed it to me. I would
So it's
request
not
that
in
the
your
attorneys
packet?
is forwarded to the attorneys. Right, so can this be forwarded to the attorneys, please?
So we will postpone that. Let's move on.
Okay, item number D is a consideration for the commission of a financial forensic audit for the time period 2021 to present. And it's as clear as can be. Any questions?
Any questions? Yes. Or
Okay,
comment. It don't have to be a question. It could be a comment.
So my question, Mr. Finch, is the last audit we just finished, 2021. From
Yes.
what my understanding is that because of the state of the condition of records, he basically verified that the 22, 23, 24 audits will most likely be the same exact condition because we don't have evidence in records to have to move forward. So why are we considering a forensic audit?
So
There's no records.
yes. So asking for financial forensic audit. And if you remember what the auditor says, you can always check your bank statements. So this forensic audit will be focused on bank statements. What's in the bank statement should tie back to what's in our accounting system. With or without documentation, if you deposit $100, you should see it in your accounting system, $100. In addition to, there's been rumors of $78,000 being stolen, so they need to investigate that. There's also rumors of ghost payroll, so they need to contact Paylocity to get a list of all employees that got paid, because one of the things you heard from the auditors was he was not able to get all HR personnel files. So if a personnel file does not exist, but there's a payroll record of that individual, that's something a financial forensic audit can do. The difference between a regular audit and a forensic audit is it's more detailed, and it does not rely on internal personnel staff to provide information.
Any other comments, questions? Yes, trustee.
I know in the audit there was, with one of many of the findings, but one particular where it talked about the employee who processed the payroll, which is a huge red flag, because that means the person had the ability to put down however many hours he or she may have wanted to put and be paid without any type of internal controls. Is it, so the forensic audit would be able to dive deeper into that to ensure that this person either did or did not commit fraud, correct?
Yes. So that the forensic audit, and that's the difference, would be able to look at that person pay stub, which should show how many hours they work, and see. Like for instance, we know as we came in that there was an attempt to get hours paid that was not authorized. They will be able to see that in the, again, Paylocity record. Because what they can do is basically in simple terms, subpoena Paylocity and say, give me all the employees' record for this time period, and their staff would look detail by detail. So for instance, myself as a salary employee, my pay should not change every 2 weeks. If they see that, then that's fraud. So again, it is not imperative that somebody within the department provide that information. They will go through an outside source and strictly be independent.
Mayor, I honestly feel like the board should be able to scope out what our ideas or what we're planning on as a board looking for, and then bring it as a committee meeting before we even make a decision on getting a forensic audit. I'm down for forensic audit, but I want the board members to come up with a scope, okay, of what we are looking for if we decide to get a forensic audit.
I think that's a
Full
wonderful
detail.
idea. I think that's an absolute wonderful idea, and if you look at the structure of that discussion, it says consideration. It didn't ask for him or for me to actually pinpoint exactly the focus of the forensic audit. So this is what I'm going to suggest, and that is, if you guys can do just a little bit of homework, and that is provide to me personally what you would like to see in the forensic audit. And can you do that? I mean, I'm not certain by the time, I mean, this has gone on for so long, okay? So this is not one of those rush, let's get it done, but it's not one of those let's hesitate and just drag our feet a little bit more as well. So I'm going to say, let's fast track this piece and take maybe a week. By the time we come back together, we will have taken everybody's information into consideration. We will turn it over to our attorney, and by the time we have our next committee of the whole meeting, I would like to see us present the resolution outlining all of your input. Can we agree to do that? Wonderful.
And I just want to ask Mr. Finch, if you could set some time aside to be able to meet with you, because this is definitely something that that I would like to speak with you about in my
Well, let me say this. Because I'm one of the people accused of financial malfeasance, I prefer you talk to the Director of Finance and go through him.
Okay.
That way, when this report comes out, no one can say, I persuaded the forensic auditor a certain way. So I'm thankful that you guys are going to provide the scope, ask for questions. I'll give you some things that I think that definitely should be in there if you guys do not ask those questions. But I think at this 3-year junction, let the truth fly where it flies. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much. So that's not going to be on the agenda, but it will be on the committee of the whole agenda for May 5th meeting. And at that point in time, it will be a resolution that we will just discuss for possible inclusion on the following board meeting agenda.
No, that's because you guys are focusing on the financials aspect of it, not all the accounting pieces like Dr. Winston was asking. The forensic audit can come in and say the accounts payable person cannot also be the payroll person. You don't need that from a forensic audit because your auditor is saying that. But you can say, I think, for instance, and this is not the case, so I'm just making a general statement, that there might be additional payroll that the payroll person received, and I want the forensic auditor to run that track and see. You're welcome.
Trustee Winston.
And when do you need this email to you by?
Let's go with, how much time do you think you need? Let's start there. I had to put it down in order to look at my calendar, people. Come on now, give me a break. How much time do you think you need? And I'm looking at the calendar. But how much time do the trustees think you will need before you can give me your feedback in terms of what you would like to see on the, for the forensic audit? So we're planning to have a resolution by May 5th at the committee of the whole. So between now And that Friday prior to May 5th, when do you think you could have everything to me? Friday? Just give you a week. Okay, so a week would be really let's go with the 30th. Then that'll give us time. Is that enough time for you, attorney? If we give you the 30th, but that's that Thursday? Okay, so can we all agree that you're gonna send me whatever your recommendations that you would like to see on the 30th? He will then look at each and every one, and those that are of a similar vein, can we agree that he will include it, but it may not necessarily be word for word in terms of what you said, so that we can avoid duplicity. Is that okay? Okay. So
CC and the clerk, or is it coming straight to you?
What's your preference?
Send it to you and CC clerk.
Thank you. Send it to me and then CC the clerk. I will then send them all to the attorney. Okay, one more for you, Mr. Finch, and we know that our copier needs to be replaced and has been needing to be replaced for a while. Know that we went with Proven initially. We were communicating with them simply because we've had been working with them for the last 8 to 10 years. They did give us a quote, but then we got another one from Sharp, and I'm going to not give your report. I'm going to allow you to give that because it's under your name.
Okay. So like the mayor said, we have Proven in-house right now, and we got a quote from them and also a quote from Sharp. Proven quote was considerably higher than Sharp for the same type of machine that we needed to provide the service that we was asking for. With the quote from Sharp, we saved $500 a month, which is roughly $6,000 a year. So the decision is to go with Sharp. So this is to let you guys, let the board know that Sharp was a cheaper option, and we will be presenting you guys a contract to approve Sharp. It's a 5-year contract, which would have been the same thing that we have done in the past with Proven. Only difference is with Proven, when their contract runs out, we just keep renewing it without a new contract. So again, this is a $6,000 saving with brand new machines in Village Hall, as well as 2 in the police department.
Did I see a hand?
1 in Village Hall, 2 in the police department.
We only have one large copy in the copy room. We only have one. The police, you currently have 2?
Yes.
Okay, so we're just upgrading some, replacing 2, and leaving some as is. Okay? Trustee? I thought you wanted to say something, Johnson.
I want to see the agreement.
Oh.
I want to see everything right. I have nothing here to go off, but verbiage. So I want to see things right.
Okay. Anyone else?
When will we get the that contract?
I can have it to you for next Tuesday. If you vote on it, to vote on it next Tuesday.
Well, if that's the case, can we have it at least by Friday?
Yeah, they can have it tonight. I'll just email it tonight.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. So should I plan to put that on the agenda pending the documentation? Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your time and effort. Trustee Burns. You're bringing forth a number of items as well, and I'm going to ask that we try to move forward through them as expediently as possible. It's the same thing that I've asked each one of the speakers who's come to the table, so let's do that.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so we want to, and I'm not going to have a lot of preliminary introduction. I think they would do a fantastic job on their own. So we want to ask Hills Property LLC, Mr. Muhammad Abdullah, to come to the table. I would love for you guys to come forward. They are going to speak of the installation of a gas station which is located at 2700 East Sauk Trail, where the old Title Max was, and the previous years and years ago we had the 7-Eleven gas station. So Mr. Muhammad, if you, as soon as the clerk is ready, you can start your presentation.
Do you see a green light?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity so we can present our project tonight. We are proposing to develop a gas station and convenience store at Sauk Trail and Tonas Avenue. We have entered in an agreement to purchase the property, so we don't own the property right now. I believe the owner is here. That's what we're doing. Yes. So we have the agreement is to purchase the property.
I'm sorry, there's a little bit of unrest.
I'm sorry, you said he's who? He's purchasing and you are? And you the who? The real estate broker, okay.
Yes. Yeah, I just want to let you know that the deal is contingent upon the zoning approval and getting the licensing from the village of Sauk Trail. Okay, so we will not purchase the property if we cannot get the zoning approval. Okay, so this is what the project is approximately will cost about an investment of between 2.1 to 2.5 million dollars. Okay.
Continue on, sir.
It will include renovation of the existing building, development of a modern brand gas station with a convenience store. Right now, we are proposing to brand it as a BB gas station, but when it comes after the approval, we will look into it, which we will talk to other oil company just to make sure which oil company will give us the best deal so we can pass the discount to the customer when it comes to like gas prices, okay? And we will install new under storage tanks, which you could see from the following pages. Will be 3 tanks. Yes, 3 under storage, 3 tanks. Okay. Yes, the 2 tanks for the regular, 1 tank for the regular product, 1 tank for the premium, and the 3rd tanks will be divided between E85 and E15, which is alternative energy. Okay. So we will have 5 type of gasoline product. We have at the gas station, we have an 87, regular 87, mid-grade 89, the premium, the E85, and the E15. The E85 only for GM cars, and the E15 for any cars over 2001. Okay, which is approximately about 50 cents less than the price of the regular gasoline. Okay, okay. And also we're going to have an EV charging stations. Okay, and inside it's going to be also a cafe for people like leaving their cars for charging. They can go inside. A cafe for complimentary internet and free, of course, free Wi-Fi. Okay, this is inside. Okay. Of course, it's going to be 24 hours. It's going to be consistent with other businesses in the area, similar businesses, the gas station. Okay, okay. We will hire 75% of the local force from the community. Okay, and we will partner with the workforce program. Also, we'll do training and job replacement, increase tax revenue, and support for near business. As you are you aware, it's been vacant for many years right now. Okay, okay. And also we'll do a lot of community engagement. We want to really build a relationship with the community. Okay, so this is one of the events we do every year, every gas station, from Thanksgiving to Christmas Day to Mother's Day to Father's Day, and we do back to school supply, and also we hold an event every year. It's called Back to School Cake. If you can, maybe you can Google it. It's on the website, Back to School Cake Chicago, which we distribute 500 pair of Nike shoes to the student before they go back to school. So we do this every year. Okay. We will try to hire GC local contractors from the area if they are available. Okay. And also we do a clean and professional operated facility with strong community engagement, support for local programs and businesses. Okay. Any questions?
Are there any questions or comments, trustees? Yes, Trustee Burns.
Thank you. So I see here, which is something I have not seen, how active you are in the community, which is great. You also have your college, you have a college scholarship?
Yes, yes. Yeah, we identify the closest high school in the area, okay, and we give one scholarship for one student every year.
For how much?
It's $5,000 a year. Okay, and this is we do it with most of the gas stations we have. Okay.
How many gas stations do you have?
33.
33?
Yes.
I'm sorry. That's why I said I'm sorry. Do you have another?
Right, and the other question is, as we said, there was a gas station before, so what is your anticipated time to be able to have this project started and completed?
It's approximately between 90 to 120 days. Okay, okay.
So that corner could look like that?
Yes, exactly. Yes. Since the buildings exist, which is going to save a lot of times. Actually, it's going to be we're planning to renovate the building, existing building, and installing the tanks and the canopy. So it'll be like multiple contractors working at the same time. Group of contractors will be working on the buildings, other they will be working on the tanks, okay, and the pumps and the canopy. So, like I said, 90 to 120 days, the job will be completed.
Excellent, thank you.
Trustee Sterling?
Now, I hear everyone saying that it used to be a gas station there before. So, does anybody know the reason why it left? Is this something that I think that residents want a gas station. We already have a bunch of gas stations already. We have Marathon, we got one on Torrance, we got the Gas and Wash, and then they're building another Gas and Wash, Old Stager. So do we really need another gas station?
Ned Malley.
Ned.
Nedmalley.
Mallow.
Malley.
Malley, okay.
Like O'Malley without the O.
Okay.
Pennsylvania Irish. So anyways, I've been a real estate broker for 33 years, but I also was in the gas business. I was in the gas business 38 years, wholesale and retail. I worked for 6 different gasoline suppliers. In fact, I used to come here when I first started with the State Oil Company. We had accounts in Sauk Village, Chicago Heights, Stager, Creek, every Monday. That was my, back in the early 80s, actually. So this location's really only good use right now is for a gas station.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So, because I've been trying to sell this property, and everybody wants to go and wants to put it.
Is it your property or you're
I'm the broker,
representing?
the real estate broker, yes.
Okay.
That's my sign on the property if you pass by, Ned Malley. So, Mr. Abdul, I've known him, I've done a lot of business with him from the real estate and from the gasoline point. So he owns, how many locations do you have?
33.
33.
He's also a gasoline distributor also. He does supply other gas stations in Chicago. And from my experience, that corner is really, that's the best possible use for it right now.
I'm sorry. And I know I'm going to try. I'm going to do my very best to be on very good behavior. But please, sir, don't walk into our village of Sauk Village and say to us that a prime piece of land that's basically directly in the center of almost our universe, that the best thing that could take place in our community is another gas station. Please don't tell me that. Don't tell me that you think that that's all that we're worthy of. Don't say that. So let's go another approach for justifying right now we're talking about having 6 gas stations within a 4-mile radius. Let's go there.
Well, I mean, there's more than 6 gas stations in other areas. I live in Orland Park. There's like on LaGrange Road and 191st, there's like 10 gas stations within, you know, like including 2 gas and Washington, okay, in Orland Park. So my point is that Mr. Abdel is a great operator. Not only he can compete with any gasoline, any gas station, and he will bring in some high volume numbers there, which will bring additional revenue for the city.
Thank you, sir, for your input. Do you have anything else that you would like to present to us?
Yes, this is the business where we're going to propose, okay, and again, if we cannot get the approval, okay, we'll just leave it for the city to have, okay. I know that the mayor, maybe just looks like you made your mind not to land because, okay.
I don't get a vote, sir.
If you approve it, it's okay. If it's not approved, it's going to go back to the owner. You're going to keep paying the property tax for the next 3-4 years, and you're going to have a vacant place for maybe another 10 years. It's all up to you. Okay, we're not like really, I mean, if you don't, we have other projects developed, okay, and this is not the only one. So it's absolutely up to you. This is a business we want to do, but if you do want it, to approve it.
It's not for me to decide, sir.
Well, you're shaking your head, and it looks like you made up your mind.
No, I shook my head and I resisted when your broker said that a gas station was the best thing that we could have on the corner of Sauk Trail and no, sir, we're not going to continue to go back and forth. Let me share this with you, though, and let me share this. Our trustees have been working feverishly for you to be on the agenda. I never heard of your organization
or what your concept was. On last Tuesday, mid-meeting, I received a letter that you sent to Mr. Finch, and the subject of that was to request a zoning change for the location 2700 Sauk Trail. That's all that was included in the letter that you sent out to me, asking to change the zoning designation. Then, and then we communicated. Then out of no place, just the other day, I see a proposed convenience store development. In that, and this isn't even the one that I saw, in little tiny print, the one that I saw, little tiny print on the left side, you insert the term gas station. Proposed convenience store development. This is your presentation that you bring to us to support your proposed convenience store. This is the little building here. This, I love the beautification that you're doing, planning to do there. Because what we have right now is not necessarily suitable. But where really is the convenience store, and especially if you're talking about inserting a place, because you're going to have EV stands where people who have electronic vehicles can come and plug their car and get charged, and then while they're doing that, they can enjoy complimentary cafe refreshments while their cars are being charged. So if they're going to be in there getting complimentary refreshments, you're doing a convenience store there too. But to me, what's overshadowing is, and we don't have the name of the company, even though we basically know the symbol because we know their brand. However, you start your conversation this evening, with, it wouldn't necessarily be this one. You guys would have to do your research to see what company will come in. So, I'm not certain. Excuse me, no. I got to finish this because he and I had conversation this week, okay? And I shared with you, sir, that each time I talk with you and or you speak with some of the others, what you're proposing changes. I had a most horrible week simply because I would just call it miscommunication, because when you and I first talked, I was going off of the email that you sent to Mr. Finch, where you were asking only for a zoning change, and I shared with you, based on the fact that I knew that in the past a gas station was there, but it's possible that between the time, because I don't even know when the gas station was here because I wasn't out here during that time, okay? But in between that time, it could have been rezoned. I didn't know that. And so we talked about the need for us to conduct research to see how it's zoned, because who knows? It could have already been zoned based on what your needs would be. We had that communication, we had that conversation. You were in agreement with that. We talked about if we have to look at rezoning, that it would take some time, because we don't just agree to rezone here in this meeting, and then we go out and we can rezone. And if we had to rezone, and I spent this time with you, sir.
Point of privilege.
Yes, that's what I should have done last week. Okay, we've not lost the quorum, so we are going to continue on, okay? Please be careful. We talked about the process. The only thing that we could do here is to agree that we will bring it, we would have it, and we would refer it to the Zoning Board of Commission. Then from there, but that's not even necessary, so I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time, because if rather than you're doing this, which is totally different from the letter that I received, you don't even have to go through the zoning process. It has not been changed. I followed through exactly as I said that I would do. It's C2. But let's look at, do we really need to do this? And see, this is when I say readiness, and I like for us to have readiness. That's why I like to meet and talk with potential businesses and the developers who want to come, so that we're not exploring this here on the floor, okay? But I'm going to read to you, and you tell me why you feel that you would want C3 rather than C2. C2 reads, it's a motor vehicle related commercial district intended for a very broad range of business, service, and commercial uses, and represents a high-intensity commercial district. It is specifically designed to accommodate motor vehicle-related uses and other designation-oriented businesses. And like C1, and I'm not going to read C1, it permits residential dwelling units above the ground level, the ground floor. That's C2, and that is how that area is currently zoned. Zone 3, which is what you're saying that you would like the designation changed to, that is commercial, manufacturing, and employment district. The most permissive of the C districts, intended to accommodate retail, service, commercial, and some manufacturing uses. It often serves as a buffer between manufacturing, which is M-zoned areas, and other business, commercial, or residential districts, and it does not permit residential uses. On that corner right there, a portion of it is C2. The other one is as referenced, it's M-zoned. It's perfectly zoned already. I'm going to still go with the letter that was sent, that was provided to me, that talked about zoning. I did the research, sir. So is it zoning that you want, or is it simply a convenience store, or is it the gas station? Let's talk, because 2 other individuals have approached the board, the village rather, not the board, for gas stations at that same location. So have you communicated with them?
My question is, you're saying we don't need to change the zoning to C3 for gas stations. That's the impression I'm getting. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I'm saying that had you given me enough time, as I asked, so that I could present myself as readied, and that there was readiness among all of us. Give me an opportunity to do the research to see how it's zoned. I followed in.
doesn't have to be, we don't need to change the zoning. We're just under the impression it had to be a C3. So if C2 is fine, was it C2 under 7-Eleven? When 7-Eleven, was it a C2? Okay, so we have no reason to change the zoning then. We just want to get the approval for a gas station convenience store. And as far as, with all due respect, Mayor, Mr. Abdullah had the mayor of Calumet City reach out to you and to meet with you many times, maybe 3 months ago. He got no response. He was basically. So, you know, the past is the past.
I have no idea who you're talking about in terms of the mayor, of Calumet City. Maybe.
I left messages for you also.
Okay, sir, but, okay, that's not why we're here either. So, trustees, questions, comments of our presenters at this time. Trustee Burns.
Thank you. First, I want to say thank you, gentlemen, for coming up to do your presentation. I really, really appreciate that. The other thing is we're talking about zoning in a meeting that there's no need to talk about zoning unless we're, no, not on your behalf. I'm speaking, our mayor is dealing with a zoning situation, and zoning should be spoken with and about in the zoning meetings. This is really not a zoning meeting.
That's not how it works.
Please, Mayor, please.
The
other thing I need to say is, I was a part of the conversation in the emails, and I can specifically say, Mayor, that you did say, the gentleman did say that they would meet you in person. You specifically said you would bypass that process and just allow them to come before the board to present. Those were your words. The other thing is, these gentlemen have come to present what they present. I did not take that they're saying to us as a resident and as a trustee that they think that that's all we can do. They have said, and we've been in this seat, and several persons or companies have come before the board, and every single one of them have been to present a gas station in a place where a gas station is. There has not been any company in the last 10 plus years that has come to this board to present any other type of business at a location where it is already zoned as a gas station, it is already prepared as a gas station, it's prepped as a gas station. In over 10 years, no other company have come to this board to present any other business in over 10 years. And again, they are ready. They have been prepared. They have had many discussions with you, and you have denied meetings with them. And this is in email, Mayor. So I want to have hospitality to this organization, as we have shown hospitality to every other person or company that has sat here and presented this evening. And I feel that this company has not been given the same amount of respect and courtesy. So again, I love the idea. I love the community involvement. And again, it's been over 10 years and no other business has touched this spot.
Put your title next, close. That's been within 10 years, trustee.
Again, we have had several offers, and they have all been for gas stations. Every last one.
Thank you. And I'm going to personally.
So again, I want to say again, they have asked for meetings with you in person, and you yourself has denied them. And so the process is, if you will not meet with them in person, which you have denied through email, the process is to allow them to come before the board to present, and that is all they have done.
Thank you, trustee. Let me just say this for the record, and for the record, I'm stating this. I personally have never, let me finish. I have Hills property. I never heard of Hills.
I have presented them to you, Mayor, in email. I have spoken with you We have had several email conversations, Mayor.
Okay, we're being fruitless at this point.
But I want
I
you to-
never heard of
I do
Hill's
not-
proposal
that's not,
before
Mayor. I have-
the last
Mayor,
meeting.
I have
Okay,
sent you
let's
several
move forward.
emails.
Sir, do you guys have anything else you need to offer
Mayor,
us at this point?
when you spoke with me on the phone, I told you I'm ready. You said you need to meet with me. I told you I'm ready to meet me. Then you sent an email that said that the owner is not ready. Okay, I did not tell you that I'm not ready. I told you I'm ready to meet you as of
There's
today.
a difference between saying you're not ready and my saying there's a lack of readiness. And that's a piece that you and some others may need to understand. When I said lack of readiness, that means we had unanswered, unconfirmed information, and it was based on the letter that you sent to Mr. Finch asking for a zoning change. That was the unreadiness that I was talking about, and that I wanted an opportunity to do the research to see how it was zoned. I followed through with that. In the process, it caused a little anguish, and that's what I wrote in my email to you, that it caused a little consternation because what we talked about and evidently what you talked to others about was different. That's when I said there's no need for us to meet. But you know what? All of that was between last Wednesday or Thursday and tonight. It hasn't even been 7 days, sir. I'm going to go back to the trustees at this point, and I'm going to ask you, what's your preference? They met at a committee of the whole meeting. Where do we go from here, trustees? What's your pleasure? And that's where we will go and how we will handle this from here. Trustee Johnson.
I want to know, what are they asking, Trustee Burns? What are they asking from the board that?
The mayor is asking what
is the presenters, what are they asking for the board to do? What is they asking this board for? Because it's not zoning right now.
Right. No, it's not zoning. What these presenters are asking this board to do is to consider them and give them the approval to move forward to present a gas station, a convenience store, and all of the other proposed things that they mentioned in their proposal. That's what they're asking us to do.
Thank you. Any other question, comment? Trustee Sapp.
That particular corner has been an eyesore since I've lived here. And I think that what they're presenting will only enhance the village of putting back on the tax roll. So even though we have the gas station down the street, it's an eyesore and it is not productive to the village. So anything that they present will have to be better than what we currently have, even though we have gas and water, which is further down the road. But this is right here.
Thank you. Anyone else? So where do we go from here, trustees? Trustee Johnson?
I was asked for an agreement. We need agreement. Yeah, we need an agreement. We have no agreement.
No, that's
on the
fine.
table.
We can, again, if we say that we will allow them to move forward on this project, then at that point, the agreements, whatever we need them to do, we would direct them at that time. They're only here to get direction from us. So the board just needs to say, we're up to move forward with the project. That's
You
where
can
we're
ask
at.
them to move forward, but you can't give them assurance because it's not gone before the board for a vote. They can move forward with whatever plans. They can move forward with the agreement. We will then send it. We're going to, Attorney, we're keeping you busy. I know we are. But we can do all of that. But it's not a done deal until we actually take a vote at a board meeting. And at this point, I would like to end this discussion and let's move on to your second vote.
I would like to ask the board if we would take a vote and move it forward to the board meeting on Tuesday to allow this company to move forward in this project?
We cannot take a vote at committee meeting.
No, no, I'm saying to move forward. I'm saying the word forward.
No, you said take a vote.
To move to move forward.
Trustee, oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Trustee, honestly, we can't move forward until the board has an agreement in front of them. In order for us to review the agreement, and then we can bring it onto the agenda for a vote.
Thank you.
Am I right?
No, well, the agreement comes at, well, you can't do an agreement because we have not agreed here to allow them to move forward. So only way we can get, they can give us anything is if we say, we will vote that you can move forward with your project.
Forward on what? There's nothing to move forward on. We need an agreement to read in order for us to say, yes, we agree with this, we're gonna move it forward to the board meeting. Other than that, we have no materials to read. So what is they coming to the board for right now?
They're coming to the board, number one, to present their proposal. Their proposal.
We don't have a proposal, we have no agreement. All this is not a professional proposal.
Okay, so again, they're here to present their
Okay. What's the rush? What's the rush for it to go on Tuesday's agenda? Is there a deadline?
Yes. The seller doesn't want to give us an extension because we already passed our due diligence period, and so he'd like to know whether we can get it approved so we can go apply for permits.
Okay, and let me share something with you. And I am very honest. I'm being very honest. This was supposed to have been an item on the last committee of the whole meeting, which was 2 Tuesdays ago. And just 2 Tuesdays ago, okay? And I had absolutely no idea who Hills LLC was at that time, and I mentioned that. But if it was to be on the, hear me out, if it was asked to be on the committee of the whole meeting just 2 weeks ago, then where has the holdup been? I never got anything about Hills LLC being on an agenda. So if it is such an immediate need at this point, where was your presentation? Where? How come? Excuse me. Okay, so I'm saying this is my advice, okay, to each and every one before we move on, okay? Let the board do what they feel is best. Not just one trustee, not just 2. You're going to need a majority of the vote, which is 4. And if you push it through for next week, that's not confirmed. So let's go back. I mean, if you have a trustee.
Can I say something? Can I please say something?
You can say one more thing because it is almost 10 o'clock,
Prior to Mr. Abdullah, there was another individual who spent 8 months trying to get to a vote, never was able to get to the mayor. At the same time, the owner of the property it's been closed, I don't know how many years, 5, 6 years. He's been paying property tax. It's a hardship for him.
Is he paying property tax? I thought that we were missing out on taxes.
No,
I thought we were missing out on taxes because it's been empty.
He's paying property tax.
He's paying our property tax.
He's really frustrated with the situation. And basically, I don't know what he's going to do,
Oh, and I don't know what he's going to do either, sir, but he have to That's his property, and I'm very fearful, and this is what I'm fearful
How
of.
much is property, but he can't do nothing with the.
And this is
unless we-
my fear. Let me share with you my fear.
I also-
And my, excuse me,
Y'all, come on now, please.
okay? My fear, I don't know what type of survey and research that you've done. Someone has already mentioned the number of gas stations in the village of Sauk Village already, and then you all attempted to compare us with Orland, which is much larger. But then we haven't even talked about the gas stations that's in just right across the border, that's not even 4 minutes away from where we sit right now. My fear is that we spend all of this time going through this process, and then it's not supported. I want to hear from, we have a number of residents in the presence now, and we've not even gotten to public.
Y'all can always bring them back. It's been 25 minutes on this.
So, I'm willing to go with public comment. That's fine. I'm anxious to hear the public comment, sir. As I said, I don't get a vote.
The agenda.
I'm sorry?
We're not done.
I know that, but they will have an opportunity if we don't just stay here until 12 o'clock.
Okay,
Public comment is coming.
Mayor, everyone is trying to talk, and you won't let anyone else speak.
Oh, you guys have talked enough.
You won't let
So,
anyone else speak.
where do we go from here? I'm going right back to what I'm saying. I don't, attorney, do you, somebody can say that. Someone can say that.
They're asking. They have to, yes, go ahead.
We don't need, we could just go apply for a permit to remodel, is that what you're saying?
I'm asking you, what are you asking village for? What is it that
We want their blessings, and we want it, that we can go and apply for a permit to remodel and redevelop the property. That's all we're asking for. We're trying to do it.
No.
But, from our experience,
Yes, we are. No, we do not. But just like Ren, when Ren came here, he had a whole development. And before he could get loans or bank approval or anyone would work with him, he had to come before this board, ask this board if they are in agreement and if we would vote for him to be able to move forth and renovate that land. We had to say yes in order for him to.
What are they asking? That is what that's to be up under. The thing that they're asking for it to be a convenience store or a gas station. That's what she's trying to get an understanding.
it's going to be a gas station, convenience store.
Right, that's what they presented tonight, a gas station with a convenience store.
You don't build the gas station without a convenience store.
Right, that's what they're asking.
We're here 25, 30 minutes trying to figure out what is it that y'all need from the village.
Okay, all right, can I just say something? Okay. I've been to many developments. I've had gas stations in in Park Forest, Richton Park. He's built stations all over. We always, as a courtesy, go to the village, get their blessings before we close and take over the property. The last thing anybody, Mr. Abdel would like to do is take over the property at the last minute. He can't do what he wants with, then he's stuck with it.
But this is the last minute. This is what you're saying. Excuse me. This is what you're saying. It's the last minute because the owner needs to know something immediately. This is the last minute. Where were you 6 months ago? Let's move on.
Mayor,
Sir, I'm going to ask that we move on. Thank you. You can always come back and communicate with us, but we need to finish this agenda now. Thank you very much.
Raven and
Thank
Michelle.
you.
would you all give this company permission to move forward? Because they can't I say vote, I said to move forward.
Sir,
to be able
I'm
to
going
vote.
to ask,
To give this
and I
company
want to be
the
very,
ability-
very
They
polite.
can't purchase
I'm
property
trying,
until
but this
we
is my
say
third
we
time
will- They
asking
can't purchase
that
that
we
property
move on with
until
our
we say
agenda at this
we will
point.
allow-
You're going to have to move, sir. You're going to have to move from your seats. Now, so we have other presenters. We have other presenters. Thank you very much for your time and effort. Trustee Burns, I appreciate your enthusiasm with this group, but can we hear what your GB is? I'm sorry, do we need to take a recess? Is there too much unreadiness? Do we need to take a recess? I call for a motion to recess I have a motion to recess, may I? It's been seconded. But when it's a recess, it is. All in favor of taking a 5-minute recess? Okay, so does that mean you vote no? Thank you. Everyone else, I need you to vote. No recess. Trustee Sapp, what do you say? There's a majority. We will not have a research, but we will move on to GB. And that's the presentation of a trucking company seeking to purchase the wetlands. Trucking, gas stations, trucking. Come on, sirs. Tell me your names, please.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Trustee. I hope you're okay now, right?
No, I'm not okay now because
All
this
right.
just happened. So I don't like to deal with unrest. Tell me your name, sir.
For the people who doesn't know me, my name is Saša Kostić, and I'm the
Sasha?
founder and owner, president of the Marco Transport logistics company, not only trucking, and Makiyaki Sauk Trail.
Thank you, Sasha. I know who you are, but we have, for the record, we have to know who's speaking. So thank you for that. And sir, you are?
Here, that's what I want to say.
Okay.
This is enough for me here. If you got a question, I'm sure between the two of us, we got a
Sir, what's your
answer
name?
for you. Here is the Bojan Ilic. He's a representative from my company.
My name is Bo, and last name Ilic, I-L-I-C. Ilic, I-L-I-C.
Thank you. It goes in the minutes.
Sure.
Okay? Okay, let's hear what you have.
So we're here today. We're asking to see if the city would sell us the property that's adjacent to us on off of 394. We're in that Sauk Point Industrial Plaza across Paragon, and yeah, Minority is, and Air Gas, and all of that. The property in front of us, so north of us, is wetlands, as the chief actually, the fire chief spoke, where they were initially going to build a firehouse. The reason we're requesting, or to see if the village is interested in selling this property to us, is our current property is partially in wetland as well. It's close to the wetlands, so anytime there's rain, we're having a lot of erosion, and we're having issues. So after speaking to our engineers and Illinois, the EPA, the Illinois EPA, they said, and WMRD, they've said to us if we can obtain that property, we could actually create a pond to help the runoff of the water from our property into that. So that's pretty much why we're here. We're going to see if the village is interested in that property.
Thank you for that. Know that we have been going back and forth and talking, and you've made a number of offers. Can you ask Mr. Finch to please walk in the door, please, someone? Chief, ask Anthony. No, he's standing up there. They have made numerous offers to the village over the last, week, sir? Because we've been talking just since last week as well. No. You, Mr. Finch?
So I brought them up.
I know you may have brought them, but what happens is they started communicating with
I understand.
Anthony Finch.
I didn't get a chance to introduce. the presenters.
Okay, and that's okay.
No,
And
it's
definitely
not
for the
okay.
sake of
It's
time.
not.
He's gone? Okay, so you gave us another proposal just today, if I'm not mistaken. What did you and Mr. Finch talk about today? Do you recall? About your offer for today?
Yeah, we're just waiting for you guys to decide if you want to go into
No,
sell.
how much did you offer? What did you tell Mr.
We don't go
Finch?
to the detail. Your administration need to decide about it, and then we're gonna say, if you're okay with that or not.
How much are you talking, sir? Tell us, we want you to give your presentation.
We was
and
talking
not-
about 125, then maybe top dollar where we can pay the 150 for all those parcels.
I'm sorry?
150,000. That's what I'm saying. If you ask me about the money, right?
I was talking the finances, yes. I was under the impression that whoever owns that property wanted us to purchase it from them for 100,000 and that you would pay the village 300,000 to buy it. Did you and Anthony Finch have that conversation today?
That's another parcel right across the street. That's what I'm talking about. So they want me, how much you want? You say they want 100 what? 100 and...
He just told me 100,000.
Okay, then, yeah, I'm fine with that, as long as you can make that happen. We need a retention pond. That's all we need.
The incident you're talking about, I think, is a different property that we were looking at as well. The one that's north of Paragon, where that facility is in the gas and wash. That's a whole different thing. This is not right here. This isn't what we're talking about right now.
Okay.
So this one is the property that's on Sauk Trail and Sauk Point on that corner that comes north of Marco Transport, in that section right there.
Okay.
That's the property we're looking at, and pretty much we're not intending on building anything on it. We're just gonna pretty much do a beautification and build a pond. Is the only thing that we need is in order to get the water to run off into the wetland, which it already is.
So do you have a proposal for us to consider?
We don't. We're waiting to see what you guys. So we're willing to negotiate a fair market value. Obviously, as Sasha said, anywhere from 125 to 150, if that's what the village seems reasonable enough, or whatever agreement we can come up with the administration and trustees.
Is this something that we have to decide like yesterday?
Nothing can be decided yesterday. Everything is for the future to be decided tomorrow.
Well, what I meant is this another one of those that we have to decide on immediately?
If you would like to, yes, because we're ready to close today. If you'd like, we can write you a check if that's what you're going at.
No, we need something a little bit more definitive.
More formal to sign?
More formal,
okay.
yes.
If we present you with a formal agreement for the purchasing of the property, would that be something reasonable to you?
That's what we would need in order to move forward, sir.
So,
Nothing.
let me, okay.
Trustees, I'm going to ask that you honor the meeting. Thank you very much. Trustees over here, I understand you were talking. Can you say that again, please?
I said we need reading material. We have no agreement. We have no information about the pond, or is it? I'm sorry. What is it again? A wetland of what? You said. Okay.
I think I can explain it. When you got the land,
Mhm.
and they call them wetland,
Right.
those are non-touchable. Those belong to the government.
Right.
That's not your land. Only thing what you can do is to pay the tax. You can't even cut any grass over there. You cannot walk on it. You cannot do nothing. You cannot put a mulch, nothing. Wetland, it's not touchable. So that's it. Yeah.
So you was telling me, trustee, about water fountain or something like that?
No, a retention pond. It's going to be a pond. And they need that pond because of the issues and the corrosion that is encroaching upon their land. If we can't do anything with it, and it can help one of our pre-existing business partners in the community to help them, then why not sell it and make a revenue from it?
And I think that we can understand that piece and we can appreciate that piece, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that concept, trustee. I just think, though, that in terms of a democracy, we still must conduct the business of the village in the way that we conduct the business of the village, and we don't do verbal agreements. So we would need documentation in terms of what the offer is, what the proposed is, and then we can definitely move forward from there. But this isn't, I mean, we appreciate your coming forward and communicating with our board on this matter. But once again, as we talk about, not are you ready to sell, but as we talk about the readiness to take care of the business, can you please, I see you, I see you, I see you. As we talk about the readiness to take care of the business of the village of Sauk Village, we need a proposal, and we need our attorneys to review it. We need an agreement, and then from there, we can make informed decisions on whether or not to accept your kind offer. But we thank you for coming forward and sharing with us what you have. And when we are ready to actually conduct the business, we'll be ready to do that. When we have your proposal / agreement, then we can move forward with the resolution that's going to be needed in order to sell the property. That will be the procedure. Okay?
Not done. Go ahead.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
No, I said I'm not done. I'm not finished.
Okay, but no. Yeah.
Lady first.
I'm the mayor,
Lady
and I'm
first.
the one that's chairing this meeting, okay? So you don't call on trustees.
That's something what we need to be done yesterday?
Yes.
Of course.
Okay.
I got my deadline for everything.
Okay, let's come back with a proposal, an agreement for our attorney to give his feedback. Then we come back to a board meeting, and the trustees will vote on it. Okay? Can we move on?
Yes, you did speak that you had already been in negotiation with them and that they sent, but let me finish. According to what you just said, you said that you have been speaking with them and the administrator, and that they sent you at least 3 different quotes. You even brought them to the table and asked them, what is the, you told us to go get Anthony, because they have already given Anthony a quote about what they want, their offers. So you all have been in discussion there.
Okay, and see, the thing is, in order to conduct the true business of the village, it has to be in writing. So, and then this gentleman here just clearly stated that the communication that he and Mr. Finch had was different from what they're talking about now, trustee. It's a different parcel of land.
All I'm asking is, you did say that you guys have been in conversation and that they did give 3 quotes. I'm asking you, can you please?
I don't remember saying that they gave 3 quotes because I've not been in community. No, they gave different prices. Okay, but it's still, trustee, we're talking apples and oranges.
Can you share
I
with
can't
the
share
trustees
anything
the
else
quotes that you guys did
I
discuss?
can't, because we are talking about 2 entirely different projects from listening to them.
Okay.
Trustee?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead,
Thank
and
you.
let's talk about what you have for Fire and Police Commissioner. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time. Can you please get back a proposal and an agreement so we can share with the attorneys, and then we can go from there, because otherwise we're just talking. Would you please do so, sir? Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. I won't be here at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll be in Tinley.
You all haven't had a chance to look at it. Mr. Sasha, if you expect Mr. Sasha to give...
Yes, Mr. Sasha, please give the proposal to the clerk, and she can copy so all the board members can see that, and the mayor can have her copy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So now can we talk about the Fire and Police Commission?
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so where are we?
We are at 10:15.
Okay, so we're going to briefly go over. I could do this all together. So for the Fire and Police Commissioner, there's an ordinance that I'm bringing forward, because again, there has been some gross discrepancies in trying to promote or even present additional fire and police commissioners to the board, when clearly the state statute says that we only can have 3. We were this close to breaking OMA state statutes when we almost appointed 2 additional members to the Fire and Police Commission when a state statute says that we can only have 3. So therefore, there's not clarity in some of these positions that we're taking. We have people coming to be sworn in that can't be sworn in. People have family members that come out, all kinds of things that's happening. And because there's no structure, we have people that has come out, the trustees were here, the mayor was going to appoint 2 additional persons to the Fire Commission board. But because our state statute says that Sauk Village, non-home rule, can only have 3 commissioners, we had to literally stop that entire process, that people came out to be appointed to and brought their families and their friends. So there is, I have submitted to the attorneys the Fire Commission ordinance so we can get clarity and a structure on how we need to follow so these mistakes can't happen again. There's also, yes, so we're still in hearing. There's one, they didn't get them all back to me. They didn't get them all back to me, because when I looked in the package, they were not all here. So the only one I did get back is the business ordinance.
So can we talk about that one then, the one that the
Yes,
trustees should have gotten on
Yes, so
Friday?
trustees, I want to let you guys know that there is one.
So are we tabling the Fire and Police Commissioner? Are we tabling for now until we actually have the document? See, when you tabling doesn't mean indefinitely, but we can't just jump from C to E without saying something.
I have not jumped anywhere. I'm still on commission. I haven't jumped anywhere.
No, you just said the business community.
I said the only thing we have in our packet, they did not give us the commission. They did not return that back. All we have in our packet is the business.
So what do you want to do with C and D? Because we don't have anything to deal with.
Exactly. So attorney, I did submit that to you guys. I have not gotten it back yet. So, Mr. McGrath. So if you can follow up on that one, I will really appreciate it. Thank you so much. So the attorney will follow up on that ordinance, and so that we can get that copy to all of the board members.
So Are we going to E now, business community?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, so they did get back the ordinance for the business community. Now, what I've experienced as a new business owner in the village, as well as several other businesses that I have spoken to, again, there's a lot of discrepancy in how each business is being handled. Some businesses don't have license, some businesses are operating without license. There's a whole lot of things going on. So that ordinance is for us to get, again, structure for our business community. There are businesses that does not need to come before the board. They don't need permits or zoning or any of that. There are businesses generally that rent out space out of the malls. And as a result, they don't need zoning and all that for those type of businesses. So there are businesses that just only need to go through code enforcement, get the application, follow the instructions. There are processes that are being held up from these different businesses because they're being instructed to come before a board when that's not their purpose or their need. So this ordinance is to differentiate between which businesses that does need to come before the board, for board approval for different areas of zoning, permits, construction, and there are businesses that doesn't need to go directly to administrative.
Your mic went out. Your mic went out. Your mic went out.
Can hear and get there and begin their business process. And we need this differentiation because when we or businesses rent out these malls, they have to begin to pay rent and bills immediately. So we need to be able not to hold up these businesses. If they don't need to come before the board, they need to be able to get the application, deal with code enforcement, and follow the instructions according to the administrative area. So this ordinance is going to break down which businesses should come before the boards and which business should go directly through the administrative and code enforcement. So because there's so much discrepancies in how a lot of the businesses how a lot of the businesses are being handled in the village, we need clear instructions and clear defined purposes of what business should and should not come before the board. That is what ordinance is for. And once we have the ordinances in place, then we have a clear structure. We won't have all this confusion and all of the businesses not knowing what to do, where to go, and how to do it. In addition, there are some fees that that's imposed upon businesses that's not a part of the packages that they receive. So now they don't know what to do, they don't know what fees. So it's a lot of confusion with our business partners right now. And we want to make sure that we have order for our businesses and everyone knows what to do from the board to the administrative to the businesses themselves. So that is what this ordinance is being presented for clarity, process, and procedure.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I swear, since I've been the mayor.
Okay, so.
Excuse me, I'm talking.
I know, but I'm
talking. No, you had stopped.
No.
So, I'm talking.
Mayor.
I declare
Mayor.
that since I have been a mayor, and since we have been a sole administration, I have heard trustees explicitly state, emphatically state, that not one business should come into the village of Sauk Village unless they come before the board. Keep in mind,
and as a result,
I think, excuse me,
the reason why we have this ordinance, because now there are some businesses that should come before the board, and there are others that should not. And we need to make the
Trustee, a lot of what you're saying is not accurate. And I'm just going to bring, and we've been doing really good doing this meeting. So let me just finish. Just let me finish talking. No, we're not going to move forward because I'm controlled. No. We're going to remind, I'm going to remind you.
May we move forward?
Of I said no because I need to finish making a statement. Because the premise, I know what time it is, I can see. The premise that's being made at this point, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because you're right, it is almost 10:30.
Yes.
But I need you to remember
I
that
know, and that is
just
the
because
that is the reason
a
why
person,
the ordinance is
girl,
being
would
written.
you please,
Mayor,
please,
Mayor, you cannot,
keep in mind
Mayor, we
the
cannot,
massage parlor.
We cannot.
All I can say is
we cannot
keep
bring
in mind
every
the
business to the
massage
board, Mayor.
parlor that became more than a massage parlor that was right there where within the same development, and it became a prostitution ring. No, you're saying
Mayor,
that they
is-
shouldn't be held
and you know why
to.
that happened, Mayor? Because there were no processes and procedures in place. The ordinance will put that in place so massage parlors can't turn into prostitution rings. Because if our code enforcement,
Okay, thank you.
If our code enforcement
Trustees, I have a
doing their
question
job,
for you.
we won't have
We
these
have an
happen.
ordinance. Have
So-
you had an would you please?
That's why we're
Would you
doing
please?
ordinance.
Trustee, you have
I'm
an
only
ordinance
commenting to
in
what you're
front.
saying.
Trustee,
Yes.
please.
Yes.
You have an ordinance, give me a minute, before you. Is that a question on the ordinance that's
Yes,
before you?
important question.
Okay, what is your question?
Whoever, from what was told to me, this was the presented ordinance, right, from Trustee Burns, that's in the packet? Right, of your ordinance,
Yes.
okay. This is the recommendation from our attorneys. The ordinance has not been changed, so we can't do anything right now anyway until the changes be done. This is the right, this.
Okay, so then with that in mind and considering the time, you are not willing for this to go on Tuesday's agenda, or if he can get it to us, to you by Friday?
Who's gonna take this up?
I have no
They
idea.
did their job, which was to put the recommendations in, so how we gonna get this typed up? Because they gotta follow their directions that's in red.
Whose direction?
That's the.
This just came today to us this evening. Did you do this amendment to this?
So this was.
You all have before you two, the original one that was drafted and then the recommendations. Both of those were forwarded some days ago to you, Ms. Burns, by Arlene, the attorney in our office. And
Did the other trustees get that?
You got it today, tonight.
Okay, I don't have that. I didn't get it. I don't have it.
I informed Anthony, he was supposed to print it for everybody.
He did, but then the clerk said, well, here's the original, so we then went back and gave her these back. So you've not seen these changes yet? Okay, thank you. If you've not seen them, what's your pleasure? How do we proceed?
It has to, we have to.
You say table?
We'll table it.
Okay, so that's
And then
table.
we'll
Let's
work
go
with
to
the,
the next one, please. Standing committees.
Okay, for standing committees, the standing committees is a municipal code by law, which is our code, that the mayor has the ability to appoint committees. That's already on the books. That is nothing that needs to be voted on. There's none of that. Whatever the mayor, however the mayor chooses to present her committees, that's on the mayor. But once we, as the board members, once she give us the committees, she make her recommendations, we made our changes and we've gone back and forth with this for a year. Now we all have chosen our committees. At this point, there is no need to vote on any committee. The committees are already a part of the process. It's already a part of the mayor's ability to give us committees. You and I and all of us has chosen, and now we just begin to act in our committees. There is no voting. There is no voting.
There is voting.
I
There
am
is-
not,
because-
Mayor, I am not finished speaking. Please. Now, I have been here for 4 years. I have checked this. I have checked the records. I have went back over the records, and I have looked at minutes. And I've also talked to the clerk, who has been here for over 20 years. 40 years in this administration. So I have checked every source. When I came here, I was given a committee by the mayor. All of us were. And none of us had to vote on anything. The mayor has the ability to give us a committee. Once we accept the committee that we accept, we are now begin to act in our committees. That's all there's no voting. Now, the clerk can confirm this because I have researched it. We can move forward in our committees as of now. There's no more voting. So, I'm sorry, the clerk, I would like for the clerk to confirm what I have researched. As far as, yes.
Now, before she does any more research, I can give you the answer if you would just trust me, because you're absolutely right. I've given,
yes,
and I didn't give. I allowed trustees to select,
and we did that.
the committees that they want. So there is only one step that needs to be done, and there is a vote that's involved, because you have to.
No, Mayor, there isn't.
Would you please let her know that we have to amend the ordinances by ordinance? That's in code.
No, it's already an ordinance on the book.
It's not.
Mayor, there is an ordinance on, attorney. Attorney.
We have to amend the agenda.
Yes, please.
Please trust me sometime.
I can't trust you, Mayor, because I have heard you say so many untruths tonight. So there's no way. There's no way. There's no way.
Just so I'm clear, we're talking about the standing committees?
Yes.
You all have current standing committees.
Yes. Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. We have current standing committees. We have all chosen our committees, and that's it.
Okay, wait.
You don't
Point of information.
vote down committees.
Point of information.
We don't vote
Yeah,
down
the committee, the mayor just appoints.
Point of
The
information.
committee.
No, we changed the committee. And you came in just a little bit, I'm sorry, we'll be right back in. Just a little bit after your predecessor gave us the ordinance with the committees that I recommended. They decided they didn't want those, they wanted only to go with the old ones. Now they're going to go with the ones that I appointed. They claim that I appointed them to, but I did not. But it's not the same standing committees that was in the old ordinance, so we need, and so Felicia, Attorney Felicia, had amended the former ordinance, and that never got approved. That's the vote that's needed. I can take that to the bank.
So-
Excuse me, Trustee Johnson had her hand up.
Call for a point of information. So my question is this. What ordinance for the committees are you talking about? Are you talking, because I remember that she created her own ordinance, it got voted down. The mayor, right? You presented an ordinance
I didn't create my own, attorney created the.
under your request,
Yes.
and it was voted down. That was the original that she brought to the table to us for all the new trustees. But the thing is, since it got voted down, it's automatically supposed to go back to the old ordinance. Either you amend that old ordinance or either you rescind it. Am I correct, attorney? So the old ordinance that me and her was going back and forth was Mayor Burgess's ordinance, not Mayor Hanks. That's where we was at a difference at.
Exactly.
So what, my question to you was, what ordinance are you talking about? Are you talking about Mayor Burgess's one with the public service to make it easier? Or are you talking about But Marvell Campbell Pruitt, the mayor over here, is talking about, which was Mayor Hanks, which was
No,
events.
it wasn't Mayor Haynes. No, it wasn't. It wasn't Mayor Haynes.
So which
It was the ordinance that Attorney Frazier presented were the committees where it combined a couple of them. It did not rid us of any of the open. It just combined a couple of them and created one new one.
But I could recall you stated that that came from a previous mayor, which was Mayor Hanks.
No, I never said that. What I said is if you were to, and this was a year ago now, almost two, exactly a year. What I stated was, if you were to go back from each previous administration, you would see that in the Hanks administration, he had a set of standing committees that he created, and then they amended the ordinance. Then, when Derek Burgess became mayor, he changed some of the standing committees that David Hanks did. But David Hanks changed from the previous mayor, and on and on and on. Each mayor that comes in creates the committees. This board here never wanted to accept the committees that this mayor created. Therefore, you did not approve the ordinance. And it went back and forth more than 4 or 5 times. All that's needed, and I've shared this before, the only thing that's needed is to approve the ordinance. And then the committees, you flourish. The ones that you selected to have. Each one of you that's sitting around the table right at this moment selected the committees that was proposed. Only one person did not have a selection, and that was for the very last one, and unfortunately, she's not with us here tonight, but she's the only one that did not choose one of the 6 committees that were proposed. So, the committee you requested is in that ordinance. The committee that you requested is in that ordinance, but it wasn't approved.
But this is what I'm explaining. Trustee Jones did give us about a month ago we were waiting on her final decision. She gave all of us a copy of that while we were at the diocese. So she has made her choice and has amended.
Point of information.
Amended her committee. So everyone is done.
It's the same committee.
Point of information.
You need to bring the agenda. I mean, I'm sorry, give me just a minute. The ordinance that Attorney Frazier created, that's the only thing that needs to be done. Is the final request. Yes. Trustee,
Y'all losing focus. The ordinance that y'all talking about has got voted down. So, with that being said, it automatically falls back to Mayor Burgess's committee unless you amend or rescind it. Meaning, Public Services Committee will be on there. You're talking about Trustee Jones' committee. It doesn't exist right now. It got voted down.
I understand that. That's not what I'm
So,
saying of.
no one, they have to repick their committees. She combined the committees under Frazier. That got voted down.
Okay.
So it automatically goes to our own ordinance, which I was a chairperson of the Public Service Committee, meaning every other new trustee must pick another committee. Simple as that, unless you're going to amend it or rescind it. So that's why I was questioning, why was our committees inactive? Am I right, attorney? Thank you.
Well,
and y'all making a big deal over something that's simple and that's common sense. And I've been repeating it over and over again.
The bottom line is not a big deal.
What set of ordinances you're gonna do? Are you working off of Mayor Burgess's, which is supposed to be?
I'm working off for this mayor's.
It got voted down. Accepted. It got voted down 3 times.
It got voted. It only
3 times.
It got voted down because
It doesn't matter. It got voted down. So we must go back to the table and pick from Mayor Burgess's committee, which has public service, community development, housing.
We're going
Either
to.
you're going to amend it or you're going to rescind it.
We're going to.
Let's get it
It's
together.
amended, and we're just going to bring that back to the table.
Amended saying what?
The most recent one.
You're not making sense, Trustee Burns.
Which names in the ordinance? The ordinance does not have your name.
Right.
It's
I understand.
just the committee.
Right.
The only place your names are associated with the committee is in the resident handbook. That's the only place that your names are there. The committees are the committees.
Right.
And which are what?
It says that you did not approve it. So, shall we bring it back?
Bring which one back, Mayor? Because you're deflecting.
I keep saying the amended one.
Which one will be the amended one? Is that Derek Burgess with Public Service Committee on it? That's how you're going to talk to this board.
And the one that Attorney Frazier.
And which stated what? This is my tone. I'm sorry. I have a New York demeanor. I'm sorry, but I'm not talking in aggression.
Not one that just says public services. Public service and public safety were combined.
Okay, that's the one that's been voted down. See, you can't deflect that with me. This is what I'm talking about. My committee, which was a public service committee. I have to see in my regular email if I emailed it to myself. It had public service on it. I was a chairperson. You had housing. Oh, you had housing, right? Trustee Sapp? That's the ordinance.
Public service.
I had public service. You had something else.
Mine was.
I took over Trustee Sapp's brother's committee.
Is this really possible?
Yes, it is, because they have to get the understanding of when you amend an ordinance to rescinding an ordinance.
Because I really want to hear your feedback. Residents, please take with us. Because you waited this long to give your public comment, and we really need to hear, because we brought forth a whole lot today.
I just want to go bring it to the public service. I think the last housing board has been made.
I'm going to bring the committee back to the board district. That's how I'm going to bring the most recent one.
This is it right here.
That's right here.
This is it. Did you see this?
Yes, Trustee Sapp.
So, I sent it to you. I sent it to you.
The issue was,
Okay, I'm so sorry. This is the ordinance.
She's being recognized at this point.
the issue was that Attorney Frazier, her verbiage was more, you guys thought they read more like a job description, which is one of the right.
No, she
So
changed it.
that was the issue.
No, she changed it from when it was expressed that it sounds like a job description, and this trustee here, she said it sounded like a job description, and she rejected it. So Attorney Frazier went back and changed it because another trustee had made recommendations in terms of metrics, in terms of how you determine if you were meeting the goals of that committee. That was rejected, that is not in the most recent, and I'm going to, okay? You were going to say?
I did find the ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
So you don't want to hear it? Which ordinance are you talking about? Because you're not,
All of that not at according to 11.
it's not reading all of it. It's saying an ordinance number. It should have a number at the top. It don't have an ordinance number on it, blank?
The ordinance number until it's approved. Ordinances don't get numbers until they're voted on.
So I'm done. I just want to ask you.
What's your pleasure? Do you want the most recent, and I can say back. Our residents are saying, we bring the same thing back over and over. And I'm just saying, shall we bring it one more time? This is the whole year now. But keep in mind that on the 28th, unfortunately, no, it's not unfortunately, but on the 28th, will not be an opportunity for this long discussion like this, simply because the students will be here, the student government. Now, what we can do is to place the most recent amended ordinance in your packet. It will be an agenda item, and at that time, you either vote yay or nay. We don't have to have all of this long discussion anymore, because this is now before the 5th time it's been on the agenda. Okay?
What is it?
Huh?
I'm trying to figure out what orders are you trying to
Let me see the one that
It's
you're
not
talking
gonna be this one.
about.
I guarantee you ain't gonna be this one.
If that's the
one that
most
needs to be
recent
brought.
one, then you just hold on to it, like you did.
I'm
before.
asking you which one you bringing so I can already have the knowledge of what orders is what.
I'm looking at it.
Because you're trying to deflect so they can bring back the
I'm not
committee.
trying to be
Are-
any, no, this is it. We're not that housing and introduction, no, this is it.
That is it. That's the last one. Yes, it is.
This is the
Because she
last-
had her committee. Yeah. Remember, she had her committee.
Who's she?
You had a committee husband. Can I have that back, please? What was your committee? Community development and what's so funny?
Okay, I'm going to move on to people who've been here all this time. Excuse me, it is now time for public comment. Let me read the little statement. Those of you who have stayed here know that we truly appreciate you. Okay, all questions and comments must be directed to the mayor. Somebody's got you? She got it. Okay. Each speaker is allowed one opportunity to speak about their 3 minutes, and may not engage. Okay. Debate, counter-advise, and rebuttal. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'll respond to questions if I can, but with the time and the number of individuals who's in line, I think what I'm going to do, if you don't mind, is to hear you. I will take your names down, and if I have a response, I will then ask you to share with me your phone number or your email, and I'll send it to you. But then if it's of an immediate nature, but if you can wait till next week, I can do that as well, okay? But we have 1, 2, 3, 4, I have 6 people in line? Is that it? Going once. There are 6 people in line to bring public comment. Does anyone else want to bring public comment? That's 2 times. For the 3rd and final time, does anyone else wish to bring public comment? If so, please be in line now. Hearing none, we will go with the 6 individuals in line. We'll start with you.
Ready? Debbie Williams, resident. You're speaking as resident and a former clerk. Hold on 1 second. Start my time again.
Okay, ready? Former clerk for 8 years, former trustee for 6 years, and the current clerk. This is hard for me to sit there and not be able to say anything, but I really want to focus on one thing tonight. What you first talked about with the police and fire stations. That's been on discussion for many, 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 many years. And both of those departments continue to deteriorate. And what I would ask the trustees and the residents to do, because I'm sure that the chiefs would be more than happy to give you a tour of both of those buildings, to go there and see the deterioration that gets worse and worse and worse. And I know nobody wants a bond. We didn't want to take out a bond when we moved from the police station, with the police station and the village and everything was in one building, and we had outgrown that building, and we had to take out a bond to come to this building. We paid that bond off. It's a fraction of what our public safety officers need and what our residents need. We need to know that when the police department or the fire department gets ready to roll out, how many times have we heard that the bay is so bad that our $1 million equipment and our personnel that's driving that equipment could perish because of the broken bay, because of the rotten bay? How many times have we got to be told that the mold is in the police department before we do something about it? So I want you all, please, I know you said you're going to form a committee, and I know residents are concerned if I have that risk. I've been hearing this for so many years. I've been on this board since 2009. I cannot tell you how many times I have heard about the fire department and the police department and the condition that it's in. I'm imploring you. Make it make sense to the residents. This is something you need to do. Like the mayor said, if you don't do it now, you got 2 more years. Can you imagine what's going to happen in 2 years? We're talking about our personnel, and we're talking about our equipment, and we're talking about being able to get to a resident in the time that they need us to get there. If the fire truck breaks down because the ground falls apart and they can't get to you when you're in the middle of an emergency, then what are we going to do? Then we lose a life or somebody gets hurt. I'm asking you, please, do your due diligence. Go to both of these departments. Residents, nobody wants a bond. Nobody wants to increase your taxes. But I'm sure both of those chiefs will go there and tell you what you want to see. I've seen bricks falling apart. I've seen the foundation where we can't fix it. Through the years, it was in the budget. Then it would get taken out of the budget because we didn't have the money to do it. So we ended up taking it out of the budget. Then we put it back in the budget. Then we took it back out of the budget. That's all I really have to say. It's so really hard to sit here with all that I've been through the past since 2009 and not be able to comment with you. I feel your pain, trustees, but some things I just got to get up and talk about. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
I don't think you need to bring forth anything with you. That's something that's very good.
Go ahead.
Melissa Soriano, resident. My comment is just for the gas station. I don't see it being necessary yet. I think you're going to open up a lot of doors and a lot of problems. You've got students that are going to try to get to that gas station in the morning for snacks, get to school late. Then you're doing a lot. That's something big. We're just a small little village. I don't think we need something like that here when we have so many gas stations within the area. 2, I think there should be research because this LLC was just reactive in 2025 of December. Does anybody know that?
What was that? I'm sorry.
His LLC was just reactive in December of 2025. He said he had 33 gas stations. How do you have 33 gas stations from December of 2025 to right now? Did you look that up? Did you ask for where all 33 of those gas stations are located? And is he under those LLCs of all 33 of those gas stations? 2, he has 19 complaints within 3 years. For what? Did you look up those 19? That needs to be looked. You're going to bring more problems to the village? We can't take on any more problems. I've taken on a lot of problems, and I'm just a resident here. I think all of that needs to be looked into. He's quick to talk, but you have to understand these people. They're quick to talk, and as soon as they get you that little sign, then it all turns around. Are you ready for that storm, that tornado to hit? I don't think so, because we can't handle the tornadoes that are going on now. So to bring them here to do that, And he says he gives out $5,000 to a high school per 33 businesses. Take that 5,000 times it by 33. That's how much he's giving it out per year. I want to know what high schools he donates those $5,000 to. How true is that? Did you look up that? Did you see how that comes into play? I think there's a lot more questions other than just saying, oh, let's build another gas station here. We don't need another gas station. I think we need something productive for the community. I think there's other things that we can look into for doing for the community. A big business like that's not going to give the village anything that's needed here. There's a lot more that the village can value from than a gas station. And we have 2 down the block. And you go this way, you got another 2. There's a lot more. You need to look into that business and that LLC, when it was active, why was it deactivated? Why was the LLC deactivated for so long? See, they can open up that LLC, but once you get all those that UBB complaints, then you close it down. And guess what you do? You reopen it under another name. Why is he doing this? Yeah, that's why you do your due diligence and look into that. So where's his other 33 gas stations?
Ready? Yes. I'm Francine Anderson, and of course I have questions and some few statements. First of all, I am in agreement with Alyssa over here because I definitely will be saying no to a gas station. Again, we have some other priorities that I thought the trustees was working on, and with the residents being interested in a grocery store and not in a gas station. And that has been a preference for the whole year that you guys have been seeing. So definitely a no. For the police and fire connected or community that they want to build their facility, I'm interested in it, but again, I'm sure that you will have a lot of selling to do. I do know that both buildings are collapsing, but that's a $10 million sale. And I don't know if y'all can do that. And I don't know how much that would inflict on us as far as taxpayers. That's the minimum. And then I am definitely not interested in your forensic audit because the auditors made it clear they had done everything that they could do for 2021. And I thought that you guys were the mindset of moving forward. So why would we spend $50,000 for them to tell us the same thing that we already know? I would also like to speak on the Police and Fire Commission. I would just like to remind the mayor and any trustees that are interested, but as far as the residency of commissioners, all must be electors of the village. In other words, they must be voters who reside in the village. The requirement is found in section 3.1, 10 through 6 of the Illinois Municipal Code 65 ILCS 5-31-10.6. That section provides as follows. No person shall be eligible for any appointed municipal office unless that person is a qualified elector of the municipality or otherwise provided by law. No section of the Police and Fire Commission provides any authority for a commissioner to not meet this requirement. So, Mayor, in consideration of those who will be replacing me on the Police and Fire Commission, again, I am hoping that you will find a way to make sure that that is a resident and not someone that do not live here in Sauk Village. I think the only other thing I saw was I gotta find it. It was New Beginnings, the update for New Beginnings. They have been present, yes, about 4 different times, and yes, you might be up to 30%, but also, if I remember correctly, they were also going to be giving these homes at a minimum amount of money that I have suggested over and over. If we are going to let them as develop this property, and then we only get 30%, you can already let residents buy them and fix them up.
Thank you for giving me a minute here. About 5 weeks ago, John, last name Flory, F-L-O-R-Y. About 5 weeks ago, I had a tragedy up the street from me. A young woman lost her life. And as we get around talking, I hear that there is an opening on the police and fire committee. And I was looking into that. And I wanted to see about help the village and do whatever. My family has, my mom and dad moved here in 58, they've been here a long time. And my dad was on the police department, so that's why I kind of like the police department. My father-in-law was on the fire department and civil defense. So I'm like, wow, I can fall in the middle here on the committee. So this is what I'm kind of just dropping a word in here.
Yes.
And being, I've been here 65 years, so it helps to be in the same town that you're working for. So I thank you.
Sir, all you have to do is to write a letter of intent, express your interest, you can direct that to me, and, we'll go from here. I will definitely be able to do that.
I did that, man.
I have not done anything.
The lady in the office, I wrote a letter, and the lady says, let me go back and talk to her. Well, I said, well, can I talk to her? And I'm busy. I said, okay, I understand that. I said, when is she not busy? Make an appointment so I can talk to her. Nothing. Then I said, okay, here's a letter I want to give you. Would you please give it to her? So, I don't know if you got one or not.
And I just shared with you, sir, that I have not, however, the language that I'm using is usually not in our vocabulary. Maybe I was in a meeting or something, but.
But you could give it time. That's all.
Sir, if you're interested, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know you.
Yes.
Go ahead, finish your 1 minute, sir.
Big department.
Do you have anything else to say? You have another minute to speak if you'd like to.
Anyways, just, that's what it was, so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
David Fields. You know, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Mayor, I've been around politics all my life. I've seen the various backdoor deals, under-table deals. I've seen where one hand is washing the other. And I tell you, it's two things that I've seen here today that I know it's a mess and wrong. And that's about this new home with these housing situations. That ain't nothing but another knocker deal. That's all it is. Another knocker deal. And we know what knocker did. We know what they did. And then this situation about this gas station. It's a shame when we get trustees that advocate harder about a business than the business do. When a trustee is doing that, I tell you, you better watch out. You better watch out, because all indications of a wrong deal is going down. All indications. I've seen it too many times. Trustees should not be advocating for these businesses. They should not be advocating for these businesses. These businesses are supposed to come up here and present proposals and advocate for themselves, not the trustees. Because when they do it, they'll open up a can of worms and they're putting thought. Everybody that sit out here listening to the stuff that's being said. And believe me when I tell you, these thoughts run across their minds. These deals ain't right. They're not right. Because every trustee sitting up there is supposed to be about this village and these residents. And when I start getting involved, I become the main focus of what it is that I want. It changes the whole dynamics of the situation. Trustees, I'm telling you now, leave this mess alone.
Your comments as opposed to directed to the mayor.
Excuse me, Madam Boyd.
Your comments are supposed to be directed to the mayor, not to.
Oh, no, I'm directing I'm talking to you. Yeah, I'm talking to you though. I'm talking to you. I'm just indicating people, but I'm talking to you.
1 minute, sir.
Okay? Because again, like I said, everything that was did here was wrong. These businesses came today, some of them wasn't even prepared when they came up here. And then they're being advocated for. No, it can't go. It cannot go. And I'm going to be the first one to call you out. the first one to call you out, because I've seen this mess too many times. You're supposed to be about for the residents. You're supposed to be looking out for the residents here, not for yourself. Lying in your pocket, it ain't gonna happen. Not as long as I can see it. And I'm gonna call it out every time. So, again, like I said, Madam Mayor, if you for the residents here, fine. If you're not, you should not be a trustee. You should not be a trustee. And stop advocating for these businesses. Because these businesses are not going to advocate for you. When it all comes down, they're going to say, it was you that did it. They're going to make sure that they ain't quick. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Go ahead.
David Smith, resident. First, regarding IT. My question is, why does it seem to me that the bidding process for IT services is being circumvented? Because there was a bidding process, the vendors were voted down. I don't personally remember whether or not it was put back out for bid, but I do know that one of the vendors that was voted down has been brought back into the village, which is kind of like bringing them back to the back door. That same vendor, it was explained, was brought for an emergency situation. That emergency has passed, and this same vendor is still not doing our day-to-day IT, if you review our accounts payable. I'm not personally confident with their ability to do consistent, competent work based on their work history here. I'm under the assumption or the impression that there might be several elected officials sitting right here before me, currently right now, they can't even check their village emails. And all of this stuff is being managed by this company. Instead of us having a service agreement which would give us better prices, we're paying item by item in invoices, which is costing us more money. It doesn't make any sense. And I'm wondering why there seems to be a concerted effort to bring this one specific vendor back into the village. They were specifically.
So she can request executive privilege?
Go ahead, sir.
This vendor was specifically referenced during the bidding process because their owner used to work for the village as the person that ran our IT department, and technically, in my opinion, ran it into the ground with his either action or inaction based on his job there. And now it seems like, for some specific reason, and I can't put my finger on, I'm not going to just make assumptions, but you all seem intent on bringing him back. This is the third largest market in the country. I find it hard to believe that we can't find anybody but this one company. So it looks kind of suspicious. The state statute says if you're going to have a bidding process, you're required to have a fair and competitive bidding process. And it doesn't seem fair right now. It doesn't seem competitive when you all seem intent on bringing them in one way or another if the results are predetermined. That's not fair and competitive. My next thing is about the committees. It's fairly simple. When Mayor Burgess was there, let me just start with this. He was not given a blank check to just install his committees. It was a 3-3 tie. The board was divided, and he had to step in and be the seventh vote to approve the committees that Trustee Johnson was talking about. If you all vote down the committees, they stay as they were originally. This is not rocket science. This is basic politics and government. So the committee should have been in play. We're not getting services and different things that we could have been getting because it seems like some of you all don't understand how your job function is supposed to go, and I just don't understand that. Because you guys have been here long enough. Everybody should be understanding of the amendment process versus new ordinance. You don't just remove ordinances. You either amend them or rescind them. If you don't amend them, what's in place already stands. The original committees should be on the books right now until further notice. And if they don't pass again, they should still be on the books. All of you all should have been having committee meetings. But instead, it seems like the majority of you all don't understand the process. So you guys need to do some more study because this is starting to get ridiculous. Residents should have to come up here and read out of our phones and read off of a piece of paper, quote state statutes and rules that it's your job to know, not ours. So I would advise you all to go back, do some studying, and so that we don't have to keep doing this. appreciate answers to my outside, digital questions.
Okay, next thing on the agenda, trustees.
I already know why you got one.
General comments.
But if I make a post about that, I'm wrong.
Please. Please. We have comments. Please be quick.
Good evening, Mayor, trustees, and residents. The only comment that I have is, I just think it's a disservice for us to be in a meeting till 11 o'clock at night. I would really,
Amen.
I think once we get past 4 to 5 items on the agenda, it needs to stop.
Yes.
It really needs to stop. Thank you, residents, for sticking in here. I'll give my comments next week. That's all I have to say.
I want to say this. Businesses contact the office. Trustees pass out business cards. They contact the office. They contact the mayor. They may even contact us. The purpose of these meetings, the committee meetings, is to allow the public, the residents, and anyone who wants to present an idea to the board for us to listen and for you to listen, to give them an opportunity to do that. It doesn't mean that we're spending money. It doesn't mean that it's going to move forward for a vote. It means that we're here to listen to the residents and those who are interested in partnering or bringing businesses to this village. It's no one's, there's, I don't understand this back end, back do, I don't understand any of that. I am here as a resident to advocate for new development to come into our village, period. I did suggest that we develop and form exploratory committees to do just what the residents said, to look deeper and further into the people who come before this board and to check their backgrounds and to look deeper. That is what the exploratory committee is for. We can hear what they're saying, and then we have to go back and do our due diligence to look into the companies and look into all of that. That is what they're for. But it does us no good as a village to have all these people come before us. We have had I don't know how many companies come before this board, and guess what? Once they leave here, it drops. There's no economic development consultant. There's no exploratory committee. So once they leave here, I don't care if it is a grocery store that they present. We've had so many grocery stores presented to here. We've had gas stations, we have grocery stores, we have restaurants, we've had entertainment centers. We have all of that have come before this board, and when they get up and leave, that's it. So, we are here to listen to the ideas, and we are to advocate. You want me to advocate for a grocery store? Okay, I'm advocating for any business that will help our village to move forward in the future. But I also advocate for an exploratory committee that when they do come, we can get together as a group and then begin to rightly divide what these businesses are, who they are, what they offer, and look into their backgrounds. But what happens? They come here, they leave, and nothing is done. So if we want development, then we're going to have to do something to begin to develop. We can't keep bringing businesses, whether it's a grocery store or not, and then they leave and nothing happens. So I'm saying I am going to always advocate for business to come to this village, but I also advocate for once they get here that we develop an exploratory committee so we can take it further. Thank you.
Thank you.
No comments.
Thank you.
Just a reminder, Mayor, if you can have Public Works look into our Illinois flag is flying low on 394. It's irritating me. I'm sorry. The Illinois flag, the Illinois, right by the welcome sign on 394, it's flying low and it's not supposed to.
Is it flying?
Well, it's what I haven't looked. It's low. It is not supposed to be low.
Okay.
Thank you.
It needs to be replaced.
comment.
I have just a comment. I saw an email from trustee, and not trustee, but the clerk earlier today regarding to the government day next week. I'm going to ask if you can find a way to meet with your young person, we don't know who they are assigned yet, but find a way to meet with them and to just help them read your report. Please get to the clerk a report, even if it's just to say, my name is, my responsibility is here, the clerk, something. Doing that script is usually a 16 or 17 page script, and it's very difficult. But our young people who come, they're giving our reports. Okay? Give them something to report.
Mayor, I have just clarification. You said that that's meeting for this too?
I was talking like, you were having something at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, because the school is doing a great job. They want this stuff as soon as possible, that they can school in schools, and they're not going to be able to see them until 6 o'clock. I just want to make sure that that's good. But yes, I need your report by tomorrow, please.
And you know that there was a town hall meeting scheduled for the 26th. We're going to forego that one. We thought that it was better rather than to rush and do everything inside. We have two major events coming up. One, August the 5th, where we will definitely have a larger ordinance that we can deal with low energy, the gas company, and all of that. We want to focus on National Night Out as well as on Delco. So I know all of y'all still wait to be there on April the 25th, but we won't have one there. Okay? But we have been submitting all of the reports that's needed to keep the funding low, and know where we have already over the funding this time. No, that's not it.
Copy of that, that's not.
No.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
No, that was an ad.
Okay, there's a flyer out there for us, for county superintendent. I have to check it, that's why I'm asking you.
We will still do that, but we won't do county ed. Yes, sir? What?
Right, somewhere?
So what?
The red zone?
They,
They don't know how to stop. We know how to stop. Be all day.
I'm sorry, I'll get the schools, but you guys get me.
And that's